Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here with all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here with all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here with all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Okay, councillors, good morning, and for the Communities Committee meeting for the 21st of June. Firstly, I'd like to begin with our acknowledgement of country. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, that are humble people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra and Yeddamarala people. And also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose lands are in the Torres Straits but who work on Aboriginals' land. So good morning, councillors. We might move on to apologies. We don't have any apologies. We have Councillor Smith and Councillor Mathers online. Councillor Fisher is here, and Councillor Wickerson, I'm sure he's on his way here. So we'll leave it at this stage, and as we speak, he's popped through the door. So councillors, I might seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the minutes from the communities meeting from the 17th of May to be true and accurate record of the vote. So seek a mover. Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Declarations in interest of matters on the agenda. Councillors, if any declarations? I don't see any lights or hands going up. We might take that as there's no declarations, and if there is anything that arises throughout the course of the meeting, please inform us and we'll register that. Business outstanding nil, public forums deputations nil. We might move straight into the officers' reports. 8.1 Flying Fox Roost Management Plan, and we'll hand over to Doug to give us an update on that one. Thanks very much, Doug, and good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I'm hoping one day I'll be up here saying, remember when we used to have the bats in the Botanic Gardens? Unfortunately, that's not today. So I'm sure you remember on mid-April, Karen Moody presented the Flying Fox Roost Management Report in a draft version. Got some feedback from councillors and officers and have gone away and amended that report. On the screen here are those changes. Now the changes are relatively minor. It's really, the majority of them is just changing around some language from nil action to this action we can take. So just trying to soften up some of the language to allow us to do a little bit more. Now the purpose of this Roost Management Plan is to allow us in the future to get some greater state funding to take some action. So this report was funded by the state, and there's a big bucket of money to help do some actions, but without this plan in place, it would be difficult to be successful in the funding. So, are there any questions?
Questions to that one? Councillor Mathers, as the portfolio spokesperson, is there anything there you wanted to provide any information on?
No, Mr.
No,
Mayor,
just a report.
I think the team's done a good job with it, and obviously let's just hope we can keep pushing and move them on.
Yeah, no, it's I was up there on the weekend. I could see all the work that's being undertaken. So yeah, look, wish everyone the best. It's just one that sometimes out of our control that we're dealing and managing these animals, and it's something there that we need to work with other levels of government to make sure that we're doing everything appropriate, but also trying to mitigate the damage that they can cause to the environment and the community that use the big gardens and in that way as well. Alicia?
I was just going to, through the chair, I was going to put Doug on the spot and just ask for a bit of an update with the flying fox. Is that what you're going to ask? So I was up there, I think, a week ago today, and the kiosk was very clear. But I recall discussions with Stuart is we were coming to that end of that nudging period. So are you able to give us a bit of an update where that's at?
Yep. So through the chair, unfortunately, since you were up there, Alicia, we've had almost 3,000 bats come back, and 600 or 700 of those bats are around the kiosk. The nudging effort at the kiosk remains, so there are officers up there trying to nudge them on. We've got approval from DES to put an animal deterrent scent in the trees around the kiosk, and also the trees bordering the South Rocky kindergarten. We've also got approval for the waving arm man to put that around the kiosk too. Until we can get them installed, officers will still be there trying to nudge them on. The tree at the kiosk, they just love it. They aren't, the latest I heard, they aren't come back and fully established. They are very flighty. When there's a bit of noise and people around and knowing happening, they do sort of fly off. So it is a daily effort to try and get them dispersed. We do counts every Friday. So, yeah, and as I said, those 3,000 came in the week before that they had left. So this Friday, who knows? It's anyone's guess.
Councillor Fisher and Councillor Kirkland.
Sorry, I was a little bit late, Mr. Mayor. I had a conversation with one of the councillors from Regional Council, and they had a similar situation to Rockhampton with Queen's Park Gardens in Townsville. Similar, heritage listed trees, and the flying foxes there, literally, the infestation was literally destroying the trees. They've been able to remove and actually remove all of the flying foxes, both little reds, the black, I think they said.
Black flying foxes.
And they are totally removed from the botanic gardens now. Now, I suppose I've got a passion of the botanic gardens in Rockhampton. You've got trees that are historically significant trees. They are their health is starting to really be impaired by this infestation now, that I think that they had to go to Brisbane and go higher than the local state offices to actually address and ask for these gardens to be protected. And I think we've almost got to get to that stage when you sort of start to see some of those beautiful canopies just below the car park there, that the trees are ailing in such a way. We can't afford to lose 50 or 60-year-old trees, let alone 100-year-old trees, and I think we've got to we're toying around the edges and tinkering around the edges, but it is an infestation. We didn't have the flying foxes, not like it was a natural roost. These have come in, just like a plague of locusts come into a garden or come into a field of crops, they've come into these gardens, and I think that's the defining line that it's got to be. And also it does create issues there. It's on a flight path. We have had times there where planes have been delayed, not for long times, but delayed because you have flying foxes. We know that the very first Dreamliner jet to fly into Rockhampton hit a flying fox at 400 feet and did over $1 million damage to a brand new 4-flight old plane. These are a problem there, but we sort of seem to be just putting a lot of effort, a lot of time, and a lot of council officer hours on an infestation that I think we need to sort of go higher and say, look, we cannot continue doing this, or we may as well just do what they did in Mackenzie Park in Doringa and just knock all the trees down and then lose the tourism value that Mackenzie Park actually had to the people of Doringa. I think it's got to that point. You can't leave one or the other.
Alicia?
So just to respond to a few things there, Councillor Fisher. So if you talk to, and we were down at the conference at Gladstone and listened to their experience with flying foxes, very similar in the public areas, and then the gods smiled upon them and they were up and gone and have not come back. They were all prepared to do exactly the same thing that we were doing, and then they have been very fortunate that they've gone. They had a cold snap and they disappeared and they haven't been returned. I think, and I'm okay, and I'll just hone in on what you're suggesting here. So I guess the difference here is that they're a protected species. So we're working within the bounds of the legislation, and it's we've had a lot of discussions with this, Councillor Rutherford particularly, what is the higher order in terms of it's a natural habitat. You can't necessarily protect the bats over the trees or the trees over the bats. They're both there to work in together, and the heritage plays a part in that as well. I'm okay if you want to take, I guess, your lobbying or whatever it is, if that is what you're actually suggesting to try and get support for that. It's just that's what the legislation is there to do, to protect those natural.
If I may, the area that I have trouble with, it's not a natural habitat, and I think that is the technical line. A natural habitat would be a mangrove grove, or would be sort of a creek location of natural figs and other fruit and trees. This is a man-made botanic gardens. It's not a natural habitat, and this infestation has come into a man-made created area. That, I think, is the actual difference between if it was in along, say, a waterway in Rockhampton or something like that, but not in a botanic gardens that has more than 150 years of man-made cultivation.
Alicia?
The habitat is the world, is the nature. And whatever the reason is that they've come into this area compared to not being there before, you could blame climate change, weather-related things, or any number of scientists would go into the multiple reasons. But they're a wild animal, councillor, they have the right to go anywhere. But Doug, do you have any? That would be my response.
Yeah, through the chair, there's no in the legislation, which is I'll just see the Queensland Nature Conservation Act. It doesn't differentiate between a natural habitat, man-made habitat, whatever. It's protecting the flying foxes in the roost. What we do in the permits that we get, we're closely monitored by DES, and we are taking the same actions as Townsville Council has, Gladstone Council, Cairns Council. They use the same people we use, and the experts in the area. It's just that, it is disappointing sad situation. The bats really love that place to live at the moment.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, Councillor Fisher.
Sorry,
You're all right.
very much a passion of mine. Probably through to Alicia. If I was to support Councillor Rutherford for sort of not only the lobbying but even to go to the local government conference and actually take a motion with support of other councils to actually look at the clarification in that legislation, because it does blur and I think that it would be something that would be great to actually have LGAQ fighting in our corner as well. Would that be acceptable?
Certainly, we can try. I would possibly defer to Evan, but I feel like councils have already tried this with the flying foxes through the LGAQ previously.
And the Cairns situation's a good example.
Yeah, so just for those online, because Evan didn't have a microphone, it was about 3 years ago, but yeah, I can recall, and I guess being that they're a wild animal and move around, councils, I can, remember reading from time to time, there's various hotspots and articles, certainly, and it's just we're experiencing it right now.
Yep. Is a result of LGAQ? Yeah.
I can certainly dig up the email, but my understanding is the current state funding is a result of LGAQ lobbying the state government. So there's several rounds of funding and there's different categories underneath that. So I think there's a press release or something. I can dig that up and find
Councillors, I suggest maybe a letter to the Minister, Environment Minister, and then see if the reply back from there, if that's the path. If you want to do some advocacy, I want to see if there's other ways that they can look at this issue that we've got with the trees versus the bats, so to speak. Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, can I just answer that and then I'll wait my turn for the other one? I thought we had supposed to have written to the Minister already. I thought when we had this discussion a few months ago, we said, have we written to anyone, have we explained the situation here? And we hadn't. And I said, well, wouldn't that be the first point of call, that we write to the Minister and even the DG and explain the situation that we've got here with the Botanic Gardens and the airport being so close, to see whether we have any. So I honestly thought that had already been done.
Yeah, through the Chair, that's correct, Councillor. We were getting something ready, and at about the same time, the Minister put the press release out about how they're aware of the flying foxes being a big problem through Queensland and announced the funding. From recollection, I have to dig up the actual report. We then put that through to an information briefing just to update the Mayor and the Councillors. That's what we had done instead of writing to the Minister, because the Minister effectively written to us at the same time.
Yeah, from an officer perspective, like all of that was in the actual grant submission. So from an officer to officer, like all of that information is there, and we've been the result from the successful grant. I guess there's also that extra letter. I've certainly also had discussions with the Deputy, Director of Environment and Science, around the same problems, and she was taking information away, but I've yet to hear anything back. It was informal discussions.
Yeah, I guess there's two issues here, and they're very much interconnected. Is one, the whole flying fox management on a broader scale, and then the second is the fact that they're at the Botanic Gardens and so close to an airport is, to me, a separate issue as well that we should be addressing separately.
So, Mr. Mayor, you would like to write a
I think we make another one.
Yep.
We'll do that and invite her up even to meet with us.
Do you need to move a motion or anything?
Could we suspend standing orders?
Oh, well, we really are doing suspended standing orders, Councillor. We have got to move in a second. I think it was just more questions, but if you wanted to go into debate, on?
I know Councillor
Kirkhope
wants.
I thought we were just going around for some questions first, and then we can come back to the recommendation after that, councillors, and we'll go into formal debate from there. Councillor Kirkland, then Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My question to you, Doug, is how soon does this go up online for the risk management plan for the public to review? Once it's adopted, will that be like as straight away?
Yep, so through the Mayor, pretty much straight away.
Yeah, okay. And the majority of what's in the risk management plan we've been doing anyway.
That's correct.
Yeah. And it's not working?
Limited success.
Right. So, Councillor Fisher, you suggested that Townsville worked, and then Doug, you elaborated that they did exactly the same as what we're doing in this risk management plan, that they had success, whereas we didn't. Just bouncing off the back end of what both Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Fisher had said, Mr Mayor, I think we should add to the committee recommendation that we send a letter to appeal to special conditions outside of the legislation, given the considerations of our assets being affected and the financial impact on those assets, certainly on the airport functionality as well as our own.
I haven't got any detail on the airport impacts, but probably need to get that.
Yeah, and add it into the report to send to whoever it needs to go to.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll come back to the Botanic Gardens as the issue here, and I look at it this way, that if it was a crocodile, which is protected, that was affecting tourism, it would be relocated. If this was snakes...
I'm not sure they relocate over tourism. I think it's more the public safety that they relocate the
which is tourism. I think it's fairly close together. Because if it's just in a creek, whether it's public safety, they often leave them there. It's where there's lots of people, which is usually a tourism-based thing. If this was snakes, what would we be doing?
I don't know, Chair. If it was a snake endangering, we have snakes in the AMC. Yeah. We catch them and get them relocated. It's what we're trying to do with the bats. We're trying to relocate them.
It's just we're bound by the legislation there that we've got to follow. That's the thing. So it's not as easy as one animal. These are thousands. It's not as easy as removing one animal. Councillor, it's just a lot more difficult and not as easy to do that. But look, there are different circumstances in this scenario. I'm happy to write the letter and invite the Minister up to see if there's ways that we can look at the other options that we can explore if it's not being successful with the nudging or the efforts to date. Was there how much further of the process are we at, Doug? Are we still continuing or are we reaching the end of the efforts?
So the dispersal efforts have stopped. There is only a sort of a limited time we can do it for the health of the bats, also the breeding cycles of different bats. The nudging efforts at the kiosk are continuing. The plan is to hopefully get the kiosk cleared. So that's going to continue. So we get the approval from DES for the scent and the waving arm end for 12 months as well. So we'll keep doing that. We haven't got any more dispersal efforts planned at the moment.
Councillor?
Doug, I was just wondering, are we still playing music up around the kiosk?
Yeah, so through the Chair, I'm unaware of the type of noise, but there is noise, sound, smoke, and light. I think they use to try and move them on. Sorry, you asking if there's just music throughout the day?
Well,
not
that's
sure.
Very loud. Yeah, I just wondered what would happen if we just that music piped through 24 hours a day. Just left the. Well, it wouldn't even have to be that, whether there's just we just leave the music going 24 hours a day.
So through the Chair, I can look into that and answer back. The problem is the code of practice that we have for bat dispersal. If we are doing everything we can within that code. If we go outside that, there can be some serious consequences on us as an organisation and staff.
Well, I would think that would be the extended period of music during the night, but we've always had the ability to play music during the day. We shouldn't lose that ability because of the bats.
If it's injuring the bats, we have to stop. If it's stressing bats to an extent where they're falling out and dying, we have to stop. And if that's been caused by the music, we can't do it. Even though the music was there first? We have to protect the bats. The law requires us to protect the bats.
It's difficult to do, and I'll just look at the Cairns example and how they work that they've been doing, many millions of dollars that they've spent to get and not resolve the problem. But anyway, look, I think we've got some more options there that we can explore, and that letter inviting Minister to have a discussion will give us another opportunity anyway to see what other avenues we can take.
Mr Mayor, are there mechanisms to change legislation from where we are here, like as in to appeal, to amend or change legislation and current practice?
I guess through this process, it's either as a conglomerate of councils or it's through seeking the minister. It's state legislation, so we have no mechanism to change that. We would have to lobby to do that. Yeah, which is essentially what. So, councillors, I have amended that to the Minister of the Department of Environment and Science. Sorry, guys.
Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, it's actually, I think, if we were to go to a local government conference and also to the Minister, it's actually portions in the legislation that we would seek for amendment. And it's actually that classification of roosting areas and those. So they have been, and probably over the last 5 years, there has been a number of pieces of legislation that have been amended by just clarifications. And I think this one would be, even though they haven't done anything in the this part of DES, there has been other areas where they've amended for clarification, and I think this is what we need to sort of be going after, that the definition of the roost and some of the other location issues, and also even the big wish is determination over heritage and culture, over the environmental needs of a protected animal, and I think that needs to be done as well. But that's the areas that I think we need to be working on.
Yeah, I think firstly we'll write the letter to the Minister with explaining those issues, and then from there we'll see what the outcome from that was, and then the next option will be the LGAQ motion and seeking support from other councils and the LGAQ. Okay, councillors, there's no further questions or discussion around that one. There's a recommendation that been put that the Rockhampton approves the Flying Fox Roost Management Plan, and that a letter be written to the Minister of the Department of Environment and Science, outlining our difficulties and inviting them up here to visit and assist. Have a mover and a seconder for that recommendation, councillors. Moved Councillor Kirkland, seconded. Great. Councillor Motors, happy to second. I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Doug.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just really quickly, I know there's a few officers watching. I'd just like to, on behalf of everyone, just thank the officers for the work they're doing. They share everyone's frustration. They really want them moved more than anyone else, or just as much as everyone else. So, thank you.
Good point there, Doug, and please pass on our thanks to the staff involved. They're doing everything within their limits, and I'm sure it's very frustrating for them to be the scenario that they're at the moment. So, thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, councillors, moving on to item 8.2, the Community Assistance Program Major Sponsorship. Councillors, this one that we discussed through our workshop the other day. That's money already in the budget for this one?
So councillors, this grant has been assessed with the old methodology and under the major sponsorship application. If approved today, this money would be paid before the end of financial year, and there's capacity to do so in the 21-22 budget. It won't impact on our looking forward grants. So I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Alicia. Councillor Latham's put some thoughts around some of this, so Councillor, we might take that offline after the meeting if we've got time, just to have a bit of an offline talk about that going forward. But I think, as far as the recommendation, I think we support where we're going at this point in time, and then work out where we move to next from there. I see a couple of lights on. That's just my thoughts, but we'll go around the table. I think Councillor Fisher and Councillor Latcham and then Wickerson.
Actually, you would not believe this issue there is not alone for just Rockhampton Regional Council. Last week, this was of great debate with Mackay Regional Council and Cairns Regional Council, and very similar to the queries that we had with the community assistance programs. One of the things that was raised in Cairns is this to support of startup first-time events. Those events that are supported well and have sponsorship programs, they they're not in that program or reduced in that program. And Cairns is using that to hopefully encourage more community events that council doesn't end up with the funding long term, but at the same time they had two events which were going to take 50% of the funding, but the council's funding in that whole event was so small they were only a minor player, whereas they could be used for other events, balls or other programs that gave the community much bigger bang for the buck. So I was going to ask if we could actually benchmark some of the other programs, particularly there with Mackay.
Yeah, I think we're off the recommendation of this one, Council, when you're mentioning that on this one.
I think, but it does go to this one particular.
It's more about the whole program rather than the recommendation for this one.
But
I think we probably need to have that talk offline and get
happy to do that.
Some discussions around that. But yeah, there are other options there.
Yeah.
And we're all familiar with that, and I think that was part of the workshop that we were able to highlight some of the issues that we all got some concerns with going forward to fix that, and that's part of the direction that we're heading. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you through to Alicia. The Black Dog Ball, I think it's 8th of October this year. Do we know where it's at? I just looked at the website. It doesn't mention where it's going to be held this year. Last year was at the back of Rocky Sports Club up in there. Do we know where that is? And we did. I noticed in the report that we gave assistance in the way of bins for that one.
Through the chair, I looked at that. They did have a couple of things that from their grant application I wanted to point out. First of all, was that the event will proceed without the requested funding. However, it means that we'll have a diminished capacity to hand the funds to charity, and I think we spoke about that at our workshop. So it's just where events actually make money, but then they're flowing on to charity. I'll take that question. I have all the information here. It wasn't apparent to me when I was quickly looking, but I'm sure that it's in here.
Okay, and the second part to it is, obviously the tickets to this event pretty right up there. They're not cheap. It is, not everyone can attend this type of event. It is limited. It was booked out last year. It's a very successful, it's a very good organisation. But I'm not sure if we should be playing in this space, because what happens is they actually give the money. I don't know how this money is going to assist, whereas if we didn't give it, whether it would make any difference, because what they do then is whatever profits, they then hand it off to two other great organisations. Would it be better just to hand that money to those two organisations in lieu of the going directly to the Black Dog Ball itself, because it's still going to be held at a significant cost per ticket. That's just, when we talk about value for money and recognition for what council does.
I think we're probably getting into debate. If it's a question, we can answer, but if you want to go into debate, then when we move resolutions, we'll be able to speak.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Justin, I've seen you online there. Did you have an answer with the location?
Yeah, he might do.
Yes, through the chair, through the council, just to clarify, the Black Dog Ball hasn't actually advised on location yet. Year to year they do change. We haven't yet heard where their request is or whether it will be with the council location, so we're waiting to hear.
Okay, thank you. No location.
Yeah, here on the grapevine, it could be the Great Western.
Look at the size of this font, Councillor. I'm sure it's in here.
Yeah. Thanks very much. I see your hand up there, Councillor Mather. I've got a couple of lights on first, and I'll come to you. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Wickerson, then Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I think this is a great example of one of those institutionalised, if you like, events that actually continues to happen, and you can see in the application how it invites people from not just Rockhampton but other visitors to our town, and essentially that's what we want. We want people to come visit Rockhampton. We want to put Rocky on the radar. The injection back into the community of all the people getting their hair done and buying outfits is definitely true. If you've been trying to scrounge around and get an appointment on that day, I can tell you it's not easy. So that's a great thing, and having had the experience of trying to bring such events together myself personally, a charitable event, I know how hard it is year on year to go back to the same people.
Councillor, I think we're getting into the
No, I'm just giving a comment, just saying, I'm not really arguing it or anything.
I think you
are. Just giving a comment. I think commending them for coming back to us. It's a great opportunity for us.
Okay.
And to not necessarily be engaged in every year, but they did it last year on their own. Commend them on that. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Wickerson, question?
Yes, Mayor. I agree with the other councillors the other side exactly, but I think these people have applied under the current assessment conditions, so I think we need to honour that for now. Absolutely, we're going to review that and maybe change our assessment matrix rather than do it today, because it's late in the day. I like the idea of cutting out the middleman. Maybe it is, we are at this, we pay to go to these events, and Mayor or representative stands up there and we hand the cheque, whether it's 2 lots of 5 or whatever, directly to, because there is that PR value, or that people wouldn't know otherwise. You know, I was a little bit disappointed with this, unless it's changed since then. That even though this event was a while ago, we still haven't had the acquittal for that, so we don't really know what their books look like. That would help us make out the decision. How much did they get from the 800 people that applied? And I think the tickets are well over $300. So you do the math on that, that's a significant amount of money. I guess our 10,000 is a very small part of that. But I think we should, again, this is probably debate, but we should play in this space to a degree, but how much is probably for future discussion, I think. But yeah, if we had the acquittal in front of us, that would be beneficial.
Alicia?
So, councillors, just closing out, they are silent on the venue. However, in their quotes, they've got the marquee higher, and in one of their quotes, it talks about Wandle Road, Rockhampton. So, a marquee event. So, a suggestion that it will be at a sporting field based on these quotes. Again, but
so Councillor Wickerson's question about the acquittal from
the previous year?
Yeah, I think I read in some of the acquittal steps and then received by council.
Might take that one on notice.
Yes,
Councillor Wickerson.
That's all right, thank you.
Councillor Mathers and then Councillor Rutherford. We can't hear you, Councillor.
Maybe if I push the button, that might work. Mr. Mayor, it was going to be the same question or statement as what. Goodness, so I'm sorry, my brain's not working today. Yeah, the acquittal, that was the same concern that I had. Like, I'm just not sure why we're looking at giving funding again when we don't know how that event stacked up after last year. You know, I would have thought that it would have been imperative that we do the acquittal before we go handing out more money for next year's event.
Okay, thank you. Again, we'll need to take that on note.
Yeah, is that not part of the process, Alicia?
It usually is, Councillor, yes.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had the same concerns, and I wondered how it got through the assessment process without an acquittal and without knowing whether it's even within our local government area. So I wonder whether we should lay this on the table until we get that information.
I'll just ask the same question, Councillor. I'm not sure what the timelines are on that.
The issue with laying it on the table is, I'm just looking at the calendar, the end of financial year, which died. I don't think we have another meeting before the end of financial year. Is there another meeting next Tuesday?
Oh, that's a full council meeting.
Okay. We can refer it to that meeting, refer additional information. It's only that we need to have it in by the 30th of June if it's not to impact on next year's reduced budget, which is what we talked about.
So I'm just wondering what the flaw in the matrix is that would have allowed this to get through without those.
I would suggest, Councillor, and just reading it, is that the officers are working through that, so it must be sort of imminent to get that. But I haven't actually had that discussion. I've got Kerry. She would normally be logged in, councillors, but she's off with COVID. So, yes. I can, if we refer it to council meeting next week. So, other than the location and previous year's acquittal information, there was nothing else, was there?
No, I think that was what we need to make a decision on that one. Thank you, Alicia. Councillors, we might, I'll seek a mover in a second that the council refer this matter to the next council meeting, 28th of June 2022. Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed, motion is carried. Thanks, councillors. And Alicia, you've got those items there we need to have.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to item 8.3, the CMP updates, Heritage Management Strategy. Thanks, Emma. Emma Jane.
Morning, Mayor and Councillors. So, this report is to get endorsement to apply to the state to remove the Mount Morgan Commonwealth Bank from the State Heritage Register. So, we're going through a process at the moment to get the 12 CMPs updated for the sites listed in the report. And the Commonwealth Bank in Mount Morgan does not appear to meet the threshold for its criteria to be on the State Heritage Register. It is still a place of local significance, so it will need to remain, but by applying to remove it from the State Heritage Register, it means that we can perform the repairs more effectively and more cost effectively as well. The CMP for the attachment that was done in 2016 also had the recommendation that the Commonwealth Bank of Mount Morgan does not meet the state threshold for state significance.
Okay, it's reasonably self-explanatory, big report, but a lot of the information's in there about that, but it makes common sense that we look to remove it to give us the ability to be able to do maintenance and repairs on it at a cheaper and less constrained process. So that said, we've got a number of lights on with some questions, so we'll go around the table. And
if I could just go first, Mr. Chair. So the actual resolution for this one is a little bit different, and that's because when we've come to have a look to see what sort of authority we have as officers around this piece of legislation. There doesn't actually have a delegation that exists to deal with it. So the recommendation is that we perform that delegation. So that's why the wording is as such.
Okay, thanks, Alicia. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a probably question is the intent for the purpose of this building, whether it's to be demolished in the future, does it hold any other significance? And I guess my question is this something where we'd be probably better off handing it back to the state to add to the school and become their responsibility? They can demolish it and they can go through that expense.
Through the Chair, so the building is still of local significance, so it would still need to be, I guess, protected, but at a local level rather than a state level. So with its local significance, what it means is we can restore it in its current form. So with state significance, we'll probably have to reopen the verandas, remove the intrusive ramp, and it makes it unfunctional. At a local level, we can restore it as it is, but it still holds significance. So while it is in a maintainable condition, it's unlikely that we would be able to proceed with disposing of the building.
And I'm not sure whether the state would be interested in it anyway, Councillor. I'm not sure whether.
I just thought maybe they asked a question.
Yeah, no.
Shouldn't have to ask a question to say, do you want it? Here it is. If not,
we know. Anyway, yeah, fair enough. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've got three major questions. I did go through the report and I thought I saw something about stumping. Can you just remind me what the stumping condition was of the property? And it's only relative to the other questions that I had. So was the stumping, wasn't in this one? That was a different one?
I think they were saying because some internal walls have been removed, that there was some
there was a roof
sagging,
coming in, there was a roof sagging, but there was a full report of the full building.
Through the Chair, that was for a different council report.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure that I'm looking at the right one.
One of the caps on the footings that wasn't.
Yep. So the condition of this building is there is some wide damage. Some of the internal walls have been removed, one of which we suspect is a structural wall. And then there's the air conditioning, electrical issues, roofing issues, guttering issues. So there is some significant repairs still to be done.
Yeah, and I noticed in the report that asbestos report was 2011. Is that correct? So a question to that was, were there any changes that, as far as that report is concerned, that's got to be updated, because I believe there were some changes to the asbestos legislation in February 21.
Yeah, we're going through the process.
So we'll have to do a whole other report. So that report is half right. And then I just wanted to know about our own local management plan and policy. Do we have one?
So, through the Chair, at the moment the local heritage is managed through the planning scheme, so we acknowledge that there are some deficiencies there and we're working on a process to get that updated. So at the moment, they're managed through our planning scheme.
Okay, so is there any requirement for us then to perhaps call for a review and of that, a review and report to come to council on that? Or will that naturally, organically happen with this process?
I think that will naturally happen through this process.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Wickerson, then Councillor Rutherford.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. Little comment, there's some questions. I noticed at the beginning of the report it says risk assessment nil. I tend to disagree with that. People at Mount Morgan, we don't have a high standing with them as far as our heritage protection in the past. Accidentally, we dropped down the swinging bridge, and I don't think they have a long memory. They haven't forgiven us for that. We were looking at the assay office for a while there until Councillor Rutherford highlighted the significance of that. So there are some flaws in what we do. So I don't agree that risk assessment is still. I think there's a high risk to our reputation if we are seen to be removing this building from the register just to make it cheaper. And even though none of us around this table and none of the officers I know would ever want to demolish that building, a future council might. So I guess the question is, if we take it off the heritage register and make it a place of local significance, is there still the same degree of protection that building can never be demolished? Or will a future council be able to?
So through the chair, you can still dispose of and demolish buildings of local significance, and they can be made at a local level. However, it's still the criteria for it to enter onto a local register or be locally significant is the same as the state criteria. It's just more of a significance to a local rather than regional area. So once it's on the local, I guess protected as a local place of significance, yes, it can be disposed of, it can be decided around the table, but it would be highlighted that it does meet that significance and that criteria.
Okay, well that's probably my main concern, that the locals will jump on that, I think, given our...
We still would have a obligation under the Heritage Act to protect the local, I guess the local significant building. So while it's in a maintainable condition, I don't think the decision will be made, but it is possible that it could be made.
Yeah, okay. Now, we did have a quick look at the outside of the building the other day, and I noticed through the report there's plenty of good pictures inside and shows the level of deterioration of the building. There's wide damage to the lining, and as you said, that the interior walls that would have been the outside veranda walls have been taken out, so there's a fair bit of work in there. But when we discussed it, I think I can talk about the amount that we were looking at, that $750,000, I think was the figure, if we had to do it as per the Heritage Register guidelines. Is that right? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, and it's also the time. So when we have to do it by the State Heritage Register, we have to get materials that are relevant to the era. Yeah. So sourcing those materials in the current environment would take a long time. Doing it to a more of a local significant standard in that we could restore it in its current form, leave the verandas enclosed, make it safe, we would be able to use more modern materials.
Yeah. In my past, I've been of the National Trust, and that used to be the thinking. I know when we looked at the Hugo Lass-Infirmary initially, this is way back when I think we worked for Parks, they were telling us we had to hand-make nails, we had to cut the timber from the same trees and all sorts of things. And yet fairly recently we looked at how we could adapt that building for other purposes. So there's rules and rules, I think, and it's flexible. Even like this building, like initially it had enough attributes to get it initially on the register, and now another expert has come along and said, well, it doesn't. So a third expert might say, well, why did you get rid of it? So it's a little bit subjective, I guess, which is a worry. So is it really $750,000? If you imagine in your mind what that would buy as far as a house, I don't think you'd try to spend that much money to, even if you did hand make the nails. It just seems a very high figure that's nearly designed to steer us in a particular direction, and I just can't see how it's going to...
Through the chair, like what we're asking for endorsement is for applying to the state, so we're not making the decision at this level. We're going to do the application, submit it to the state, and the state will make the determination if it meets the threshold or not. We will just give them all the information that we have available. So if we do submit the application and the state come back and say no, the original application met the threshold, we believe it still meets the threshold, then we will be unable to remove it from the register and it will remain where it is. So it's not a decision that's made, I guess, at officer level or local government.
Okay, Mr. Minister.
And just to round out that too, there's also some differentiation between a building that is beyond repair versus one that can still be repaired. So when you're drawing on the Hugo Lass-Infirmary, for example, that needs to be rebuilt. So there's different triggers in the local and state significance. If it's beyond repair, then there's different things allowed versus if it can be repaired.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And I'll say it is $750,000 to do it as per the higher standards. There's still a fair bit of that work that overlap that we'd have to do anyway, like the lining boards, and you'd want to do it the right way. You wouldn't want to put modern materials in it, I don't think, to a degree. And just finally, Mr. Mayor, the last comment that we had as our pre-briefing the other day was that things like the wheelchair access ramp and the louvers and things that obviously later additions, but still a while ago from now, would have to be removed.
Potentially, yes. Yeah. Indications say that, particularly the ramp, which is an intrusive aspect, will have to be removed. And we'll have to find other ways that are approved by the state. to get that disabled access back into the building.
Yeah, and again, that was the thinking, but when we looked at the bond store at the back of Customs House, we couldn't remove internal petitions that were added in, late 1950s or 60s. So I think the thinking has changed a bit, that even though the building may have been this nice open veranded structure, over time different layers have been put on to the fabric of it, so that now it is what it is. So I don't think it's as automatic as we might think, that the ramp has to go or the louvers have to go and take it back to a very nice building, but one that maybe is not adaptable to a future tenant or some sort of commercial aspect. So I'd like to get a bit more surety around what we'd have to do if we leave it on the register. It's been on the register for a while, I gather, and no one's forced us to take ramps off or forced us to take louvers out. So what's changed that now, if we leave it there, all of a sudden we have to do all this work that maybe we don't want to do? And I agree that the ramp should stay and the louver should stay.
Alicia?
I guess it's probably a bigger conversation. So there's elements, like when you look at meeting our requirements under the heritage legislation and protecting this asset, we need to start, like if it stays on the state register, and the same can be said for a lot of our other buildings, and I know like Bond Store and different pieces have had money to protect it, still not being used and not in a desirable state for sure, but we do have those obligations to protect the assets. So what we're really looking at is a different way to approach this building, but regardless, local significance or state significance, we do need to undertake work in our future to protect that. The other aspect in terms of ultimately we want a building used, not vacant, because then it sort of it has life and is maintained regularly, and you see the defects and everything else. So we need to get it to a level that can be used, which needs that investment to do so. Yeah.
I'm going to let Councillor Rutherford have a say.
Yep, Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I guess I have the same concerns, and it is on actions of the past. Mount Morgan, the Golden Mount Festival Committee had offered to take that building on, that they would go in and use it and fix it up, and that was knocked back by council. I know that I had to fight extremely hard to save the assay office, and you would assume that it would well and truly have local significance, and yet, the officers wanted that gone, and I had to fight very, very hard to save that. So my concern is that if this loses the protection, that there will be some point in the future where someone will go, this should be demolished, and it has no real protection. And I note that MJ is saying that something will be put in place, but at the moment we don't have anything in place. The Mount Morgan community is very, very attached to the buildings, and I would ask council maybe if we could spare the time to take this to the Mount Morgan community. I think there's a couple of things we need to discuss with them in the very near future. The Mount Morgan pool design is probably one of them. So I think there is a reason to go to that community with a number of things that we can discuss with them, and this being one of those things. There are very good points as to why we would do this. MJ has explained the ability to get this to a level where it can be safe and can be used, which would be easier done under the local significance rather than the state significance. So there are very good reasons, and I believe if we can explain those to the community, then we have a better chance of finding a path forward. I think if we just try and go ahead with this without discussing it with that community, then as Councillor Wickerson said, I think we will have a community very much up in arms.
Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just trying to recall when we went to a visit to Heritage Minerals up at the mine there, and I thought there was a discussion around that they had intentions of using this building and promoting and they would spend the money on doing it up, so that would be their focal point to get people in to go up to the mine. So I thought there was that conversation. Is that still current? Or?
Through the Chair, I have had discussions with Heritage Minerals, or another council officer regarding that proposal for Heritage Minerals. We have sent them a list of work that's required in its current form just to make it safe and compliant, which is what we would be looking at doing should it get removed from the State Heritage Register. But discussions haven't, at this point in time, gone any further than that.
I'm just not sure of our financial situation going forward, that we're going to have to be flush with cash to be doing anything with the building in that nature anyway, and to have more constraints over it. That's my view. It limits our way forward.
Yeah, sorry, just to add to that. So you can imagine if you were to get another interested party, such as the Heritage Minerals, and who want to invest in that building, what's the level of investment that will be desirable so that they can have that, and at the sort of figures that have, it's like a 700,000 figure compared to a 200,000, depending on the materials. So it's sort of, I feel that this decision will actually give more options for this building in the long run in terms of occupation, and also, mindful of our own financial position and how tight our capital is.
Councillor Rutherford, the question, and then we might move into debate. It sounds like there's some different views on this one.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I noticed in the list of things the Maffican Bell does not appear anywhere. I would have assumed it.
There are some council sites that are heritage listed that aren't on the list. These are just the 12 that we are going to tackle first, because they either don't have one or they require updating because we've done significant changes to the building since the CMP was last done. But there are a number of council sites, such as, for example, the zoo is not on there, and that's because it has a more recent CMP or will be managed separately to this project.
Okay, thanks, Emma. You're right.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know how we split this up, but what I'm asking is that the Mount Morgan Commonwealth Building, the decision on it be taken to the community to discuss with.
Do we need to go with every building council? That's my views. I mean, we can consult. Are we going to get an answer that will be different to what we're asking?
I think, Mr. Mayor, because Mount Morgan bases itself on its history and its heritage.
I don't see that.
And every time they lose one.
We might move into, Councillor, we're getting into debate, we might move into officers' recommendation. If you have an alternate recommendation that you wish to...
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to lay the matter on the table until we have the opportunity to do consultation with the Mount Morgan community.
Okay, you want to move that? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wickerson. Okay, that's the recommendation. Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Wickerson. Speakers for the motion?
I believe I've...
Said enough? Yeah. Okay, well, speakers against, so I'll put that. Those in favour? I can't see Councillor Mathers. Is Councillor Mathers online? I can't see his vote. You're voting in favour, Councillor, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Voting against. Council will have to be my casting vote.
I don't think you have a casting vote in this committee.
Okay, right, we'll go to the full council then. Thank you. I just don't, anyway. 4-4. Yeah.
Correct.
There's no delegation in committees.
In a council meeting, you can, but because
I've learned something new. Yeah, I have too. Yeah.
I'm impressed that I knew.
Well done. Yep.
Next Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, councillors. We'll move on to another. Thanks very much.
That's all right.
Jane.
I'm up here next too.
Councillor
Just a question.
Strickland.
Yeah, just a question, if I might, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. So, given that that's now resolved, who's going to organise the community consultation?
No, it's not resolved. It's going to the full council meeting to be debated. We can't get a resolution out of it today because I'll have to use my vote next time. It'll come to the next council meeting because this one.
Wasn't the reason to lay it down to get community consultation?
Sorry, Councillor Kirkland, that decision now, that the matter be laid on the table, will go to the next council meeting. If that was lost, well then there will have to be the alternative recommendation for the next council meeting. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay. We move on to our next item, councillors, item 8.4, the cemeteries related activity policy. Thanks very much. This one's been going around for a while as well, so we'll...
Sure has. It predates me, so... So this report is for the cemeteries related activities policy. So background, so we've identified some gaps regarding our burial rights processes, regarding assigned burial rights and carrying out those rights. So the changes to the policy aim to make it easier for council officers to identify who the burial rights holder is. So currently they're often put in a position where it's difficult to identify who that holder of the burial rights is or who the next of kin is, and we've had claims raised against council for incorrectly administering the burial rights. So in the report, assuming you've read the three scenarios, so there are three scenarios that we've tried to address in the updated policy.
Lights on, Councillor Kirkland, then Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Wixon. Thank you.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great initiative to get this sorted to make things a little bit easier and less awkward, certainly at a dreadful time for people. People don't really like to talk about, to drag out these types of things, so that will give some definition to it. I don't have a question. Does the executor of an estate or a power of attorney have any rights over the person that's the what is it called? The holder of burial rights, or a family member. You know how it refers to a family member. So, does an executor of an estate or power of attorney, do they have greater rights than a family member? In here it talks about another person who has proper interest in it, just that a member of the family or the holder of the burial rights. So it's saying that a member of the family could be determined to make these decisions, but what if the member of the family isn't the executor of the estate or the power of attorney?
So, through the Chair, under scenario 3, that would be for when council would make a decision. So that's assuming the burial rights holder has passed away and is deceased, and he is not named in this scenario all of his children to be buried with him, but there is space for all of those children, and that council, providing that unnamed, family member meets one of those three criteria, we can make a decision to bury them with the deceased burial rights holder. So it's really saying that if you don't meet those criteria, that council will not consider enacting the burial rights, for that site, should the burial rights holder be deceased.
Okay, so basically just saying that council will make the decision.
In some scenarios, we will have the right to make a decision, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Rutherford, then Councillor Wixon.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I tried desperately to think back when we were discussing this, and the reason it's been around so long was because it had so many prickles. And this seems to make it really easy, except for that one point MJ just touched on. I think the pushback from council was we didn't want to be in the space of making the decision. and we've started to look at, and I don't know if this has been checked by our legal team at all, but we were even having legal advice at our meetings about this type of thing, because it just wasn't a space that we believe council should be playing in.
So without the amendments to this policy, so this is basically to get us out of playing in that space, because the policy hasn't addressed the clarity around those things previously. That's why we've ended up with legal claims. So this is, and yes, it's been a long journey to get to this point.
But we're still making some decisions.
We can't step, as a cemetery operator, we can't step out of that completely, unfortunately.
No, there'll be scenarios that'll come from this that'll throw a curveball and be different to another scenario.
Under this policy, there would be very few scenarios that council would be able to make a decision. It's really the last resort where we believe that the burial rights holder and the family members' wishes wouldn't be honoured, that we would step in and make that decision.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think along the same sort of lines, I think the objective was to extract council as much as possible from any decision making where it's a hugely sensitive area, and I'm very aware of some of the previous cases which has led to this, and again, very sensitive. But I'm looking at section 5.4, and even though we're a lot closer than what we were before, I think there's still room there to extract ourselves further from the decision making. I'll just go through some that I've highlighted. So the first one's 5.4b, and I think this relates back to one of the case studies where there was a third child involved in the family in the car accident that hadn't been born yet, so obviously they're not nominated. So that says each of, basically, interment of others, each of whom must be specified in writing. Now, obviously, if they're not born yet, you can't specify them by name, but can that mean that when you're writing up who you wish to be interred, that you say, and subsequent children that may not be born yet, or something that it's the intent or the wishes of the person that's making the agreement, then it then nulls out or any other persons as determined by council from time to time. We don't want to be playing in that space. For future children, so I guess it goes around the definition of how to specify future persons that may not be, well, in this case, born yet. You don't know what you're going to call your future children by name, but you may have others. So is there a way? I'm just looking at every way that we might extract ourselves further. And yes, I agree, Alicia, that there will be some cases where we've got to step in, but boy, I think we need to pull ourselves out where we can.
Yeah, so through the chair, that can be specified when they get the site and assign the burial rights, so subsequent children. However, up to the maximum number allowed to be in that site. So that can be specified, and that would remove us from having to make a decision in that scenario. But there could potentially be other scenarios that would require council to ultimately make the decision. Yeah.
The next one is not far below that. It says the holder of burial rights may not transfer the burial rights without council's written consent. I'm just wondering, and also the next one, burial rights are not transmissible on the death of the holder of burial rights. I'm just wondering, is that a rule that we're making, or is that a state legislation or something? Because I don't know why, a bit like an executive, why can't you, if I'm buying the site, say, well, look, if I am deceased, I nominate my wife, and if she's deceased, I nominate my brother-in-law or whatever down the line to make those decisions, a bit like an executor, and it'll be to do with maintenance of headstones or something like that. Obviously, if you're already deceased, you can't make those decisions, but surely you can nominate ahead of time a succession of people that can. I don't want to be making those decisions, because with family matters, and certainly around burials, it's so sensitive that I just don't know why burial rights can't be transmissible if nominated by the original burial right holder. Is that our rule, or is it a bigger thing that we have no control over?
I wouldn't have the answer to that. I know that there is provisions in the policy that state that if the burial rights holder is deceased, then the right to do maintenance, modification or memorialise the site or a memorial at the site, a family member of the holder of the burial rights or another person who has proper interest can exercise those rights. So we've accounted for the burial rights holder being deceased and maintenance of the site.
Yes, I had that highlighted too, because that's one of the many prickles, is that what if there's 2 or 3 family members that have a totally different opinion, and then we're caught up being adjudicator again. We don't want to be in the middle of that. So again, if that whole section wouldn't be required if the original burial right holder said, okay, look, if I'm deceased, I nominate these people down the line, chain of command, because my wife and I might be in an accident, so that'll be my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, or whatever, or my children. But you nominate ahead of time, that again takes us out of any of that decision making. I don't want to be playing in that space unless absolutely necessary to do so. It's just too obviously too painful for people.
So, I was just wondering, Kerry, could you ask Alyssa to come in? Is she available? Yes. I can recall it's because of the license or because it's not a mechanism that can be transferred or something in terms of that legal world?
But I just might mention, thank you. Oh, that makes me very loud, doesn't it? That does actually lead to Council's subordinate local law 4, that particular transfer of the burial rights. The subordinate law does actually include, I suppose, the definition of burial rights holder and what powers essentially they have and what they can and can't do. So the law itself does actually say that in section C, the holder of the burial rights may transfer the rights with the consent of the local government. So we've put in the policy here that the holder of the burial rights may not transfer the burial rights, which is inconsistent. But again, if that's the policy decision, that is Council's policy decision, so that's fine. But I can certainly go and get Alyssa to speak further. She's certainly had a lot more dealing in this space than me, and we were all discussing the head of power and looking at state legislation and other councils' activities as well, because this is such an awkward space to play in.
We might take a recess and see if we can get Alyssa to come in and just give us some update on that one, so we're clear on that point. So councillors, I might ask for a mover and a seconder that we take a 20-minute recess and come back to the meeting. Moved Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns around. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Hopeless with you Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
So we might, Okay, thank you, councillors. We might seek a mover and a seconder to resume our council meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder that we resume the council meeting? Move Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. So we might hand back to...
So, through the Chair, so we're just calling Alyssa. So there was a couple of questions that we asked. One was about the executor, and she's going to chime in and clear it up for us. And then the other aspect is we're talking about the licence and how many times you could change the burial right holder, which we've limited that to one, is my understanding. But I'll just hand to Alyssa to explain, because she's all over this and has lived and breathed this for so long.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. So I'll start with the question in relation to the estate and executor and what role that plays in all of this, because that does come up all the time. And the answer to that is it's a completely different scenario. So your estate, what you've done in your will, has nothing to do with how our burial rights are administered. Maybe that doesn't seem right, but it is what it is, and that probably, to be honest, leads into some of the complications of then we get into in trying to manage the burial rights in our cemeteries, because that actual link, where it's well and truly established what happens in estate law, isn't there. So that's probably from the outset the position. Where that puts us as council and as owner of the cemeteries and burial rights and how it works is it then becomes a property right. So it's a property right that we create. It's our land, and we're saying that it's a contract, and this is our contract, our policy, and it says how it works and what you
the burial rights holder get granted is governed by our policy. So if you compare it to, and how this is structured, it's a licence. So it's not, I don't want to get into too technical terms, but it's a licence in the sense that we give an authority through this process and say, burial right holder, you get a licence, this is what that entitles you to. And the way this is structured is it then reverts back to us as the owner of the cemetery upon certain events. And you'll recall when this was discussed many moons ago that is to try to mitigate that risk of us giving these rights. Nothing ever comes of them. People have a right, they go off and get buried somewhere else. And we have all this land then that potentially, and we have this in some of our existing cemeteries because of the way it's been done in the past, that we've got these sites that are locked up, but we now can't use, and it's a waste of a site for indefinitely if it's not done with a revert back. So I'm happy to take any more questions and talk through any scenarios, but that's the basic licence, how it's sort of structured and where that's all ties into then some of these particular scenarios. I know there's concerns that council doesn't want to be a decision maker in some of these scenarios. MJ can talk through, the processes that are getting put underneath this policy to make sure that is limited and it's done in a way that it is a last resort, and if we do need to go there, we've asked for all of the relevant information necessary to make sure it's a good decision that's being made, with making sure there's no dispute, we're checking birth certificates, all the rest of it. But there is, like MJ mentioned, that scenario at times where, and we've had it of recent times, where effectively there's nothing we can put in here to cover all the scenarios that come our way, to protect us as a council and also adhere to the wishes of the family and the burial rights holder.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, I'm actually really appreciative of the work that you've put together in this. I know from my own experience just what a ticking time bomb it can be, and it's not so much the council ends, but family politics is far more harder than any other form of politics, I can assure you. The only other question that I had was, quite often you have many sites that are held but haven't been paid for or anything like that, which is another, can be another issue, and how we deal with that, because I think particularly Memorial Garden, I think that there are quite a number of sites still there that are unused but have been paid for.
Yeah, through the chair, I might hand that one over to MJ just to talk about. Again, that's probably getting into the actual processes of the operations of the cemetery and what they do in relation to effectively that's a debtor and how that works.
Probably not so much policy, but if you just wait there, Alyssa, we might just go through Councillor Wickerson's question, then we'll come to Councillor Fisher's one after that. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Alyssa. We spoke about some extreme situations that no policy or legislation will ever cover, and I think we spoke at one during the break that no one could foresee that. So there is going to be a time where Council absolutely has to step in and make those hard calls, as Evan has had to do. But I still want to try and extract Council from that as much as we can here by either changing our policy or changing our own internal bylaws or whatever. Now, I do take your point that we also don't want to have the case where we've got a succession of burial rights holders nominated down through the eons, and we can't contact them or whatever, and it just locks up that site, which could well be used by somebody else. I absolutely get that. But if we're going to rewrite the rights, the details of their contract, could we not put in that? I thought we'd had this discussion when we first looked at it, that maybe at that time we contact those people and just say, look, do you want to renew this? So there's a renewal period. So there is an end date. Otherwise it will be locked up for the next 100 years vacant, and we don't want that either. So I think we still have some room to explore how we can further extract counsel from any of the decision making that we humanly can, but also on the other side of it, have mechanisms in place that can be reviewed at a period so that there is end dates to it. And if we can't contact any of the families that are nominated as successors on this on the rights, well then yes, then we open up to someone else to use.
Lisa?
There's probably a few parts to that, Councillor Wilkinson. So while, yes, I absolutely take on board what you're saying that we're trying to contact and we can't contact, and that's a bit of a unique situation, the discretionary power isn't so much in that situation. It's really it's a situation, and we're seeing it more and more just with the way the world's going with blended, complicated family dynamics, that the burial rights holder passes away, there's a nomination there. What happens from that point gets very messy. And that's really a part of the situation where at the moment even if everything's presented to us and it looks like there's no issues, nobody has any complaints or concerns whatsoever about what's wanting to happen, under our existing policy we actually can't say yes, we can't do it because those rights have been given away and that person's deceased. This actually when you think about it like that, it's in the favour of the community that we can actually try to assist their wishes in allowing what was intended. So there's provisions in here making it so that there can't be a dispute, and we need to make sure everybody is on board, etc. But that discretionary power is there for that purpose as much as the other side of it is to help us actually administer our cemeteries and make those decisions quick, because Councillor Fisher, like you've just mentioned, at this time we don't have a lot of time. It's time sensitive. It's we've got a couple of days maximum to go back and actually make a decision if we have the ability to make a decision for the family. So that's the discretion part. Then as far as that whole, there was some discussion, and again, MJ might have to speak to the processes that are getting or being looked at underneath this, but that time period was more whether we cap the purchase of a particular site, I believe, to a certain period. Are you across? Yeah, and I think that was, it might have even born now. Sorry.
So under this current policy, or the proposed policy, pre-purchases are not authorised with any cemetery, and the reason for that being we don't want to tie up the land and then I guess the burial rights never exercise those rights. Under this policy, we still have to honour any pre-sold sites, so the ones at Mem Gardens and other cemeteries if they have been pre-sold. As for if they haven't paid or not, under the existing policy, I believe if they haven't paid, we still have rights to the site, but there's not many of them now. We're finding fewer and fewer as we go. For the burial rights to get transferred down through, I guess, generations, the only way you can become a burial rights holder now is that you're actually burying someone. So I guess if the burial rights holder is deceased, to pass it on, it's going to be really hard to verify and understand their wishes to pass that on.
Well, Mr Mayor, that was my point, that unless the original burial right holder, so it's me, and I go through the whole process of the contract, at that time, while I'm still alive, I nominate who the successors are. It may not be generational, it might be my wife or my brother-in-law or a best friend, it doesn't matter. That takes that guesswork out of it, because I also acknowledge how much resources get tied up by staff trying to sort the mess out, and I absolutely agree, unless it is messy. All the more reason why we shouldn't be in that space unless it's absolutely necessary to do so. So one of the lines I made earlier is that burial right can't be transferred. I'm just wondering, why not? What's the thinking behind why it can't be? Is that just our rule?
Yeah, so the transfer of the burial right, and this is again a situation we see time and time again under our existing policy, is that we, without being in control or across that transfer, we have no idea what then happens to that burial right. So to administer our cemetery and ensure the correct person is the burial right holder, when it's transferred on and on and on and on with, you know, no technical
documents or
exactly, who is then the burial right holder? And that's the situation we come across regularly now and are trying to avoid by saying, so even though it says it won't be transferred, that's not to say that someone else can come in and, you know, we start afresh and all the rest of it through that surrender process. But the preventing of the transferring is exactly that as council and being able to control it, like it is our land, we need to be across how that works and who is the holder. Or we end up with situations
more disputes where somebody saying, "Oh, somebody said that."
Absolutely, and we have that, and it's a nightmare to try to then join the dots and work out who the lawful holder is.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, and I agree with that. But having nothing in place makes the problem worse, doesn't it? Like not knowing. I mean, that's just coming back to a tighter process at our end, so that if the next person in succession, because we've got the original document that says, okay, look, Drew Wickerson has now passed away, but the next burial right holder is Deborah Wickerson, in my case. Well, that's just a matter of them coming in and signing the next blank space on the thing, so that then we do know who the next successor is.
That scenario would work for not a complicated family setup, but I guess if I was to get a site and I'm the burial rights holder and I transfer it, could I have also listed my intentions? When, upon transfer, my intentions may not get on it because I'm no longer the rights holder. So if I have a site and it's for me and my family and I transfer it and my family meets someone else and it gets more and more complicated, they can change the original intent of my rights for that site. The more complicated, and it's going to get very hard to manage who is intended for that site.
So just to touch on that, so if let's talk about a scenario that might help. So we've got a deceased person.
Yep.
It's a husband. Their wife comes along and inters them. They are the burial rights holder then for that site. At that time, they say, I want to also, while we're here, make sure that our two kids can go in this site. So that's probably just a non-complicated, simple scenario. If that burial right holder, who is the person that's still alive, then passes away and has transferred that right, suddenly it can keep getting transferred, and whoever ends up with it can come and inter, and this is the situation we face, people that are inconsistent with that burial right holder's wishes. And that is happening and does happen now with that complicated blended family mix. So whether it be, you know, step-kids, half-kids, new marriages. So much of that we see where it's very messy. And sometimes it becomes very obvious that that original burial right holder absolutely would not have wanted where it ends up, that person being interred with them. So that's it's very tricky. It is.
I absolutely agree with that.
So we've tried to stick with the fundamental of burial right holder. It's your wishes as the sort of first and foremost scenario, and then there's an ability to get into the complicated scenarios, but it's not really intended to, be dealing and making a decision in relation to every single blended family. Like that's not the intent at all.
Yeah. Mayor, final one, and I'll hand over to Councillor Rutherford. I agree with you, and that's why I think it needs to be documented, but we can't do that because our rule says it can't be transferred on. I just would have thought if I've got a list of the people next in line, then it is even more clear what my wishes are. When it's not documented, that's when it gets messy. Not to say that there won't be a really unusual case that no one could dream up and where we will have to step in, but where it is a succession of people down a list that I nominate right at the very start, to make it clear, to try and ease that messiness. But
yes,
I just don't understand why it's
Councillor Wickerson, if you're the burial right holder, I hate to put you in scenarios, but you then have the right to authorise others to be interred. So that's not a transfer. That's allowed. That's what we want to happen. Transferring is where you say, as burial right holder, and my ability to authorise, etc., is going completely to someone else. So there's two roles there. One's the burial right holder, who is kind of like the keeper of who gets to say who they authorise in that entire site. And then there's the actual authorised person, which might be your children, for example. That's not a transfer if you've just authorised them in. A transfer is when you would say, I want my son, for example, to be the new burial right holder. And that's when it gets messy, because they then can authorise a whole lot more or change the authority, and that becomes inconsistent with your wishes initially, potentially. Does that make sense? So it's trying to just keep it tied into the original burial right holder's wishes and not letting it go too complicated from there.
And if they want to change that, they can relinquish the authority and then lodge a new one if that's the case.
Exactly.
And then they could have that third party or other party be the holder of the Alicia?
Yeah, councillors, the existing policy has got flaws. Okay, the research that we've done, and this has been a journey that they're on, is that it's a common problem amongst cemeteries, and there's not a great level of consistency amongst policies. I guess, where is the harm? Because policies change all the time. Why can't we improve this policy now, give it a go, and then further refine it? Because we always do that. That's probably my question to you. We have problems now, we've got legal claims, we're trying to overcome those and improve the policy. It may not be exactly where it needs to be, but it's much better than what we've got now. So that's probably, I'll leave you with that thought. But Councillor Robertson, you had a question?
And I just see Councillor Smith as well. So Councillor Smith, did you want to have a question there? Just on the mic, Councillor.
Yes, sorry. I'm echoing Bob Elizabeth. Look, this goes back years ago when we first started discussing the problem with these historical sites. And I think Rocky End, Fitzroy and probably every council used to let people pre-purchase plots. And I think the discussion was about, years ago when we started talking about it, a lot of people weren't happy with council making the decision about the burial right as a last resort. I think the way we've landed on it is probably the only decision we can make. Now, when we were discussing all this, also at the same time we talked about the upgrade of the Gracemere Cemetery, and we talked about allowing the pre-purchase of plots, but they had to be renewed every 10 years because we had people waiting for our decision because they wanted to buy the next plot for their loved one. And at one stage they were told that we could only keep it for 5 years, and if the next person lived more than 5 years, well, it was on the open market. And these people got upset about that because I know they contacted me. We've got to look down in the future. Couples want to be buried together, and families still want to be buried together, and we're not allowing that to happen. Even though we allowed a religious group to reserve plots at Gracemere without any problem at all, but the general public can't do it. That was done. Absolutely. I'm not sure, I can't remember what group it was, but it wasn't your normal religious organisation.
I think it was their faith councillor that required their certain burial process, and that was why that needed an area that was set aside for that group in the community. So I don't think you versed one over the other, and that's that aspect. But again, that was part of the establishment of a new cemetery, so to speak. But yeah, look, they're all valid points. I mean, but I think they've explained that we're trying to get away from the problems that the staff are faced with when they're faced with these longer term issues that are problematic, and trying to resolve them in this policy, as Alicia's mentioned, is not going to resolve the whole issue, but it's trying to move us forward so we can step away from some of the issues that we've got and then start to look at how we can improve that going forward with policy making in the future.
Yeah.
Was there a question specifically there, Councillor, that you wanted to...
I just wondered at what stage was that the reserving of plots at the new Gracemere Cemetery, when was that defeated? That's not in the policy anymore. And it was just two words, 5.2, individual or groups are unable to reserve a site, and at one stage it had except Gracemere. But that's gone out of it. But it was going to be strictly overseen. But that's gone out of the policy altogether.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen any track changes in that policy at all, and I'm not familiar with it, Councillor.
No,
Emma Jane,
is it possible for someone to look back and see what happened with that? Because we were saying we're going to have so many plots at Gracemere, and a lot of locals were thinking, and the talk at the time was, that they would be able to reserve plots again. If you look at the old cemetery, we've got 6 plots there together, and only that my cousin saw the benefit of buying the next 5 plots in 1974, and the last one, there were 6 orphan children, one of them my father. The last one was buried in 2005. It went for 31 years, but they always knew who was going to be buried in each plot, and it looks really nice. We've just had the graves upgraded.
Councillor, your question is...
They had the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Councillor. I'm trying to get a question. Can we...
Is the question then whether or not you can reserve or buy a plot ahead of time?
Yeah, I just want to know, when did we take that out of the policy?
It was never in there, apparently.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
I think the pre-purchase was in the one before the one that was adopted, an old one.
So, under our existing policy, through the Chair, under our existing policy, we don't currently accept pre-purchase of sites in council cemeteries, but we do honour the ones that have been pre-purchased.
So it must have been the policy prior to that, the current policy that had the pre-purchase ability in there, and I think there were some problems with the pre-purchasing why it was removed.
And through the Chair, there was a lot of discussion around the pre-purchase in relation to this draft that was last presented to you 2 or so years ago, that now isn't a viable option anymore. So it might be even those discussions that Councillor Smith is thinking back to. There was a lot of discussion then around the pre-purchase in relation to Gracemere and time caps put on that. So it might be that as well that maybe is being...
Yeah, we kept laying it on the table because we couldn't make a decision about the burial rights. Council making a decision about the last resort burial rights. It was laid on the table so many times, it's not funny.
So
I think that is this draft policy.
Yeah, that's this draft policy, but the current policy, the planning policy, doesn't have any approvals for pre-purchase, Councillor Smith. It may have been the policy that was adopted.
That's why I was asking why it was taken out, because with this 10-year, with having people renew it and pay a fee every 10 years, you wouldn't have the problem you've got now.
Yeah, so Councillor Smith, sorry, it's Alyssa through the Chair. It wasn't in as such in policy, it was in a draft. So that, I think, is what you're thinking, and it was taken out from, I believe, an operational point of view, which MJ can speak to in more detail, but it was never in as far as like that was never our policy position in the last few years. But it was in the last draft, and that was workshopped with councillors in quite a lot of detail, which I believe is what you're thinking of in those discussions. So MJ, do you want to speak more about that?
And it's a question, if you could address, if someone has a plot and they want the next one, the one next door for their spouse, what happens now?
Currently, they would be unable to purchase that plot next to them.
Well, that's really sad.
Yeah. Because the plot next to them would have a different burial rights holder, and we don't reserve plots, so that's why. We do allow 2 interments at most of our plots, which allows for couples to be buried together. And but we don't allow pre-purchase of the plots next to them because it's a simple space issue. So if we had every 20-year-old in Rockhampton pre-purchase a plot and continue paying fees for 10 years, yes, we'd reserve them, but we would quickly run out of space.
So there's an ability there for couples to be buried at the one plot, though?
Correct, yeah.
So that resolve that question, Councillor?
Oh, not really. The rest of the family, they're all over the place as well. There's no family plots anymore.
So that's another issue, Councillor, altogether. And the driving factor there is we don't have the space to accommodate that. And we've talked a number of times, I suppose, about the future burial space. And, for example, that Gracemere Cemetery may or may not have to accommodate the entire Rockhampton burial system. And if you start then reserving the plots, we've got capital investment that is then required, or substantial capital investment to extend that further. So I guess that is a separate issue. And one that we can take on notice, but it's possibly the time to have those discussions is when we're talking about the future of cemeteries generally and the land that we can have around that.
Councillor Alford?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I agree totally with what Councillor Smith's saying. We had a very, very lengthy debate at the table, and I think Alyssa's right. We were forming a draft policy which never actually got finished. This is the end thing, but the direction from the table was very clear that people should be able to buy side by side plots at the Gracemere Cemetery. So that was a very, very clear direction. Mr Mayor, you weren't on Parks Committee then, so you wouldn't remember that, but it was very clear from the table that that's...
Well, what's that mean financially for the council going forward? As Lisa just said, if we pick up people that are purchasing those plots and reserving them, what's that mean as far as their space goes and the impact to the region going forward?
What's it mean to every person that can't be buried, I guess, with their spouse?
So we're not talking about that, Councillor, because you can have two people interred into the one.
Can I ask what the period of time is? Because you either have to die very close to your partner or you have to die a fair way from your partner, I think.
6 months.
6 months before they'll reopen.
It's within 6 weeks or after 6 months, and that's just due to body decomposition before we can reopen a site.
So the first question in respect of, I'm not sure if it was yours, Mayor, or Councillor Rutherford, the question, it's the unknown impacts, and I don't think we're in a position to even think about doing that until we have the future of Rockhampton burial sites worked out. And as you know, councillors, that's subject to a whole lot of geotechnical studies and different pieces that is happening underway. So we'll be in a position, hopefully, to come back around the August mark on that. And perhaps it's, when we have some significant plans for the future on the burial, other than Gracemere, which we've already acknowledged we want better than that, I don't think we can really entertain a change.
So, Alicia, I acknowledge that we now have a new table, but the table that made this decision previously gave a very clear direction about what the policy should say. Now, the officers have changed that without asking the table what their thoughts are on that change. It was a very clear direction at that time about what should happen. Now, it may be different now, but that's not what the basis of this policy should have been.
So, councillors, this is the third time that I've had this policy come, and this is the first time that that reservation of plot has come up. So that's just in my time, which in the last 2 years. So again, I would implore you, is Policies change all the time, councillors. So we are sitting with a difficult policy now that causes us regular grief. The question is can we improve it and acknowledge that it's not perfect? And there's still a lot of discussions that have to happen, and this is probably MJ's first exposure to some of those issues, so we can work through those. But it's the indecision that we're never going to get to that 100% result. That's how I feel around it, and this is the third time we've had it at the table since my time.
I've got a couple of other questions, if I could, please. And I guess I'm lost a little along the way here because, Alyssa, this is probably to you. If someone buys a plot or they have a couple of plots and they're buried there, but then their right of burial is extinguished with their death, then at the moment nothing can happen with those?
So at the moment they have an opportunity to, prior to their death as burial right holder, authorise what happens in that site in the future. Yep. So that's the ability for them to authorise others to be interred. Yep. Once they then pass away, that's where it ends as far as anything different to those wishes is then going to be outside of that authority.
Yeah. So can I take okay, I'll keep going down this path. Yep. So then we would go, well, you're not using that. So we don't go down with the family and go, well, the family wants to do this, so that's what we'll do. We'll go, no, the rights passed with the death of that person and what they want to do. So therefore we'll take the extra blocks and we'll put strangers in it.
Yeah, so Councillor Rutherford, if they have already pre-purchased prior to the existing policy, they will assign who they want to go in there. So we would still exercise that right. So if they've gone, I've got these 2 plots, I want me, my husband, my 2 children, and the burial rights holder passes away, we would still exercise their wishes to put their 2 children in there. However, if that block is empty next to them and they have not assigned who they want to go in there, then that would become our plot again, and we would be able to, I guess, reassign another burial right. If we get a request from the family to say, look, they purchased them with the intent that their children go in there, and we can see that it's a mother buried with a daughter and they have 2 other daughters, we have the right under this policy to go, is it consistent with their wishes? And as council we can say, look, it's consistent with their wishes. They've already been buried with 1 child. It's consistent that that site would be assigned to their other 2 children, and we could as council make the decision that we would keep that for their children. So it's really about what is consistent with the burial rights holder that passes away wishes, which is why under this policy, when we assign a burial rights, we have to get their wishes in writing upon assigning that burial right. Now, it may be difficult for any pre-purchasers, but we've already said we're going to honour pre-purchasers. So, and under the current policy, you wouldn't be able to have a spare plot. That plot would only be spare if it's pre-purchased a while ago.
Yeah, so basically it really is, it's all going to change anyway because you can't pre-purchase.
Correct.
So it's all going to change. It just seems a little bit hypocritical that if the father had died and the father had said, I've bought a plot for me and my wife and my son and daughter, the husband and wife have deceased, and that son loses his child and goes, well, I'm going to put my child in there. He can't. But we go, well, we've got spare land, so we'll put a stranger in there. Doesn't seem right to me.
We would have to collect, and that's where our process steps in. We would get all the evidence and see if it's consistent with the burial rights wishes. So in that evidence collection, we collect birth certificates, we collect evidence that they've had a relationship. So if we had enough and that there's no objections from the other family members, And if we get all that information and deem that it is consistent, we've got all this evidence to prove that it's consistent, and we are unlikely to get any objections, we could still, under this policy, make the decision to put that grandchild in that plot.
So are we going to look at putting people on top as well?
Currently you can have two.
But if there's space on top, are we going to use...
Not at this point in time, no. And that's due to a number of reasons, particularly in the older cemeteries. It's really unknown how deep we've dug in the past. So at this point in time, we only have the two.
Okay. One more question. And Alyssa, this one is yours, because I'm just curious. I know you said that as far as estates go, it's not part of an estate.
Yeah.
Why can't it be part of a estate? Why can't it be just part of the assets of an estate that is allocated?
So from a legal side of things, it's just not. There's a Succession Act and there's a whole world of legalities around estates, and burial rights are not. They're not actually a tangible property right, and therefore they don't form part of the estate. That's the link. They are simply a licence. So that you can't deal with a licence in your estate. That's sort of the complex side of it. Within that, it's a crazy space in that there's no legislation that guides us as cemetery owners through what should be done other than other bits we're trying to fit within. And it seems crazy when estates are so heavily regulated and there's rules there around what you can't do, and making sure you're dealing with, those interests in accordance with wills and whatnot. But it doesn't form part legally, and therefore we have to basically deal with what we've got and create, processes like this that try to give us the ability to administer them for the best interest of the community, and obviously not putting us into disputes constantly. Does that answer your question, Councillor Osborne?
Yeah.
It's messy.
It is, yes.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, probably just in finishing, and I guess Alicia's making the point that this is a policy and anything's better than what we had, except that we are responsible for creating policy. So if we put a policy in place that we know is flawed, then we haven't done our job.
Yeah, you don't need to school me on it, Councillor. I just know that this one is one that's got some real difficulties going forward. We're trying to help our officers deal with what we've got now, and we need to know that we need to improve that. So part of the way forward is to fix it the best we can at the moment and then address it as we go forward, and that's part of the task that we're put. We can set it on the table again and still not get to resolution, and we're still not taking it forward. We still have those same questions where we're at previously. But I see this as a step forward in trying to form a policy that's going to be accepted when we go forward. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Along the same lines, I think we acknowledge that there's still some room for improvement. I don't use the word flawed, but it could be better. But certainly this one's a lot more improved than what we had. So if that makes it easier for our staff in the meantime, I think that's a good thing. I think we need to set a date when we come back to review it. I don't want to say 12 months, maybe 6 months' time, although that puts it around just after Christmas time, it doesn't matter. But also some workshops leading up to that as well. I think there's more discussion to be had on it. Certainly the items that Councillor Smith and Rutherford have raised, and mine just to tidy up, trying to extract council from that decision-making process. So I absolutely acknowledge that it's messy and resource-heavy, and if there's any way that we can tweak the rights document or any wording in it, because I understand more and more why legal documents read like they do, because you're trying to cover all the bases with it. But I think there's room for improvement to take us out of that decision-making process even more than what it is now. But to expedite it, happy to approve this, but then set a date for 6 months to come back and review it with some workshops in between.
And I think we look at the pre-purchasing ability of that and what the implications would be, so we're all clear. But we need to have that workshop to get that understanding as well, as it's an issue that's been raised today as well. I wouldn't mind to see some benchmarking on other areas as well. I'm sure we're not alone in this situation, so if there is some benchmarking we can do, I'm sure you've probably already looked at that, but if there's ways that we can and maybe see if there's other areas that we can improve in as we go through this process.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
Councillor Wiggins.
I was going to make that point too, and I seem to recall, and maybe it is a couple of years ago, that we did that to a degree, but maybe we didn't. We need to dig a bit more, maybe look at some other regions.
Probably not the right words.
Sorry.
Dig. But anyway, it's look around and
I guess the result is that there's not a lot of consistency, and everyone has their own issues with their particular position.
Yeah.
That's fair to say?
Yeah, through the Chair. So we have done a significant amount of benchmarking. I think we've pulled every cemetery policy in Queensland. We've even looked international where they actually have laws on this. So we absolutely have not put this together without trying to give you the best possible product. And just again on that discretion, absolutely we can review, and it is a continuous improvement type exercise in that what Alicia's saying is spot on. What we have now is putting us at significant risk. We're seeing that time and time again, and this is much better. However, effectively with that discretion, we have plotted out every possible scenario, and yes, we can look again, and we'll continue to look at whether we can bring that back. But we have absolutely, in putting this together, looked at different options of trying to pull that discretion back, and it really does become that balancing act of being able to actually administer the community's wishes versus the situation we're currently in, which is actually having to say no when it doesn't seem like common sense. So take it all on board and we'll do that, but I just wanted to kind of sum that up.
Evan, did you want to say anything? You all right?
If I could suggest, Council, maybe is that, as the officers have said, this is a step up from the current policy. I think we need to come back and actually give Council an update on where the future cemeteries are around that work that's being done about the size and shape and whatever else in the future. But I think if we can have, and I can hear it very clearly, is that there is an intention at some point. We don't have the space available to us now at the cemeteries, but at some point in time when there is available space at the cemeteries to allow that pre-purchase to go ahead. So I thought you could adopt the policy, come back with a further report on the futures of the cemeteries, and have a statement to say that it is your intention into the future to offer pre-purchase of sites.
Councillor Kaplan, hang on, I'll finish with these. I'll come around.
Yeah, I'll just finish off really quickly. I wouldn't mind putting in, I want to put in there that we do have a specified date to review the policy. I mean, we can review them at any time, but just to put a clearly defined mark in the sand, maybe in 6 months with some workshops preceding that.
Would 12 months or 6 months?
Is 6 months enough?
Councillors, if you want to do it, we can do it whenever you like. It comes back to your availability and priorities. I guess I would like to see a report back, after 6 months to hear of the issues that we've had with the policy, particularly like what other circumstances have arisen that we, haven't been able to foresee, that we, it's those things that evolve all the time. We think we've got it covered with this policy. What has happened in the next 6 months?
Is 6 months too short? If we say 12 months, might be a good.
Maybe get this report first and see what.
Through the Chair, it's going to take it's going to take about 5 to 6 months to get the results and work out the future of the Rockhampton cemeteries. So I think if we can report back on that within the next 6 months, and then a further 6 months to review the policy again, I think that would allow us sufficient time to get all our information together to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, accept it. And just as a little sideline comment, councillors know I was involved with the Memorial Gardens. We're a long way from having the resources to extend bays of that, but part of the benefit of that system was that we didn't have that 6 month wait if two partners happen to die close together, because just the design of the system lets you put people in immediately. So that was one benefit. Although it's a very expensive system, I think if we're going to look at that, we'd have to certainly review the cost of it too. It's a premium level. Just as a comment.
Yeah. It comes back to the boundary stuff too. People from the north are being buried in the areas as well. Councillor Fisher?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I'm probably echoing Councillor Wickerson. I think this is a good start. I think when I read that, I felt, just my experiences, that is going to just make a tremendous difference. I've also got to commend the staff in this area. they are exceptional. The way that they can respectfully handle those matters at that time are extraordinary, and probably unsung heroes within council with how they do handle it. I still probably, I think this resolution, I think that it's not just the future for pre-purchased sites, but what we're doing with the pre-purchase or those sites that are held that haven't been actually purchased, because that is also something I'd like to sort of see in a report that comes back. That those that are just held, but there is no actual, other than a verbal.
The legacy ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that in the report, and I'd be happy to second the chairman's on that committee.
We'll just go for further questions there, Councillor. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could we deal with these separately, please? What is it, inseratum?
Yep, if you like.
I would like to deal with this inseratum.
Okay. So we'll deal with we'll formula policy first, and then we'll come to that. So
inseratum, please. Yeah, I like that word. Inseratum.
And here's me thinking that we were going to have a really easy morning. Yep. And second, Rhino.
Excuse me, Mayor. Could I ask to have that motion shared, if that's okay?
Yeah, we will. They're just still formulating it, Councillor. A few points to it, and we'll deal with the items separately as we go through them as well. Once the wording's complete. Okay, we have a mover and a second. I moved Councillor Wick. Yep. So we have a committee recommendation, and that's the first item that's been moved Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Fisher, that the Council adopt the cemetery-related activities policy. Okay. I think we need to go into debate with this one, councillors. I'll seek a speaker for the motion. Councillor Wickerson.
Mr Mayor, I think I've
You've said enough.
said enough, I think, yes.
Speakers against the motion, councillors. There's no speakers against the motion. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? You wish to record that, Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Rutherford opposed? I haven't seen the other councillors online. We lost them.
Okay, councillors Smith and Mathers.
So we're just doing the adopting the cemetery-related cemetery. We're just adopting the policy.
Yeah, the first one, the first recommendation. I'll put that. Those in favour. Councillor Mathers in favour. Councillor Smith?
Well, I'll have to be against.
You vote against. Do you wish to record your vote against? And we record speakers for the sorry.
Just Councillor Rutherford.
Vote against. Okay. Now, councillors, somebody wish to move a second point?
Move the second one.
I move Councillor Wickerson and second Councillor Fisher. The council requests a report to be presented to council within 6 months on the future of the cemeteries. Does that capture what the comment was, councillors? The intent? Yep. So that's moved Councillor Wickerson, second Councillor Fisher. Speakers for, speakers against. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Smith, I didn't see your vote.
Yeah.
You in favour? Yep. Motion's carried unanimously. Further recommendation that the council review the cemetery-related activities policy within 12 months. Move Councillor Wickerson. Have a seconder. Seconded Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And the last item there, that the council has the intention in the future to be able to pre-purchase at some of the cemeteries. Can I seek a mover in a second with regards to that? Pre-purchase burial sites at some of the cemeteries. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll second it.
Hang on.
Sorry, can I alter that?
Yeah.
Because I'd be interested in some information about the possibility of pre-purchase.
I think that's part of the workshop that we're having in the previous motion about the cemeteries. Is that?
It doesn't actually mention.
Could I suggest that the council receives a further report on the pre-purchased and future pre-purchased?
The intention, sorry, if I could, Councillor Fisher and Councillor Rutherford through the chair, this was to flag a future policy intention of council when officers go to consider the future of the cemeteries, as well as when we come to draft the policy up as well. So there's two parts to it. So it was at a higher level to, in the future, council want to be able to offer pre-purchase of burial sites, and with that comes the capital plus the policy.
Mr. CEO, if I put that the way it is, I suspect I'll lose it. And I think I'd lose it because the table doesn't really have the information to debate it.
Councillor, it can be withdrawn and we can deal with it after we've gone through the workshop to see about the futures of the cemetery, and then we could raise it at the next review. I don't think we're going to get a position on the whole future of it.
No, that's why I don't like that motion. I think what Councillor Fisher was saying.
I think we need to have a full understanding about what the cemetery's futures are, then give direction to the council from there when we start to formulate the policy after that workshop.
Yeah, so I guess the risk is low because within 6 months we'll be talking about the future of the future cemeteries. So between yourself and MJ, and not going anywhere in 6 months, but yourselves as well will all that's, I guess, we know now that is the intention. But as Evan said, putting that on record says it to future councils and future officers that is where we're aiming for. But we'll bring to you the report on the ramifications of that.
Mm-hmm. So, councillors, do you wish to withdraw that if we haven't got a mover and a seconder? No. No one else prepared to move that one? No. We'll remove that, Evan, and we'll deal with that at a later time after the workshop. Okay, councillors, we've exhausted that one. Thank you, officers. Thank you, officers, for providing that information. It's one that, as you can see, has good reason why it's taken this long to get where it's at, and one that we're working through.
Yeah, this matter was withdrawn.
Next item 8.5, the matter's been withdrawn from the agenda. We don't need a recommendation on that, let's just go through it. So, councillors, there's no notices of motions, no questions on notice. Urgent business questions, nil. I'll close the meeting and thank everyone for your attendance.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. From this I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Just before we start the
good morning, councillors, and welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for the 21st of June 2022. I've done the acknowledgement to country for the previous one, so I'll take that as given. We have no apologies. Confirmation of the previous minutes. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the accuracy of the minutes from the meeting on the 17th of May be confirmed as a true and accurate record? Move Councillor Kirkland to have a seconder. Councillor Wickerson, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I can't see the other councillors online, but I'll take that as unanimous. Declarations on interests and matters on the agenda is Councillor Smith has a prescribed conflict of interest in the item 10.1 Project Delivery Capital Project Report May 2022, Mount Morgan Water Security. I've just lost her off there, so and that she will deal with the conflict by being put into the lobby during the discussions on that one. So, councillors, were there any other declarations? Councillor Lapton?
Mr Mayor, just not sure. In 10.6, the stormwater program update, it's mentioned Weber Park, which is Bluebirds, is opposite Sun City, property owned. Do I have to?
I don't. I think that's a pretty long bow, that one. I think that's more a project there that wouldn't have any benefits or disbenefits to that site you mentioned. So, councillors, there's no other conflicts. We might keep moving on to any business outstanding, nil. Public forum deputations, nil. Presentations of petitions, nil. And councillor delegate reports, nil. Officers' reports, 10.1, the project delivery capital projects report for May. And we might ask Councillor Smith to be placed into the lobby while we deal with that item. And I'll ask the ladies to do that. Okay, thank you. We have that. So we might move straight into item 10.1. And Andrew, would you like to present that report, please? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor, councillors. I'd like to present the May capital project report for the projects that Project Delivery are carrying out for council. So the first one's a hail damage insurance claim. So work's well underway on that project. So Billy Street's been done. North Rockhampton Library's been done. Elton House, the roof sheeting's been completed with some just flashing and trims to be completed there. Work commenced yesterday on the landfill site. Oh, sorry. Yep, okay. I'll do Mount Morgan first.
Okay, thank you. And then we can bring Councillor Smith back. Yep. Sorry, Andrew.
Right. Mount Morgan Water Security. So, the business case has now been completed and delivered, and we've now engaged AECOM to carry out a development of concept designs and a specification for the Lucas Street Reservoir Pump Station and the old Cap Highway Pump Station. So they've commenced work on that, and we expect to have that design delivered by the end of August, and we're obviously hoping to hear back from the state government in relation to the overall funding on that project.
I can just inform the table that I've got a text message that the Minister's going to call me at 1:15. So the clock's ticking. We'll hopefully good news on that project. So, Councillor, any questions to Andrew with regards to the Mount Morgan Water Security project? And probably just a further update, I've also passed on to Damon some contact details for the 3.5 million from the federal election from the Labor commitment for Flynn towards that detailed design for that project as well. And indications are that Labor will honour that commitment in all of their commitments in the Flynn electorate during that campaign. So we're just following up who we need to be in contact with as far as getting that funding through for that project as well. Okay, Councillor, if there's no further questions on that one, I'll seek a mover and a second that the report be received. Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. So we'll invite Councillor Smith back in and follow on with the presentation of that report once he's popped back online. Back on. Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Yep. So landfill. So we've commenced work yesterday on the first roof out the landfill site. Kershaw Garden. So work's also underway there. I think the slab hut's been done, the pump building, and a number of other structures in the depot area have been completed. The Victoria Park structure still hasn't commenced there, but there's a couple of minor projects that will get underway shortly. And the North Rockhampton Sewage Treatment Plant, again, a very small project that will get done in due time. Alliance Maintenance Facility at the airport, on the hangar, so all the office slabs have been poured, the walls are erected, the roof is complete in that area, and they've started the internal fit-out. Structural steel is about 80% complete, so the structural steel and purlins on the main hangar. Civil works, so all the graded drains and the culverts have all been installed. So that project's looking on track. They've provided probably 3 dates for our funding agreement for an opening. So early February up till March is the 3 dates have been provided. And we have a milestone report due the end of this month, so that will be submitted. Rockhampton Museum of Art, so that project's completed. The East Street links, all the cladding work has now been completed, and we've installed and livened up the permanent lights and CCTV cameras in that area. We've had no luck with the paving across the Key Lane threshold with the contractors. Hasn't the ability to carry out the works at the moment. So I think we're having discussions with Civil Ops whether we can do it internally. Botanic Gardens and Zoo, so 90% completion of the design documentation's been carried out, and the final issue for construction docs will be finalised after our review, and I think we're going to come to Council on the 26th of July for review by Council before going out to tender. The playground package, the fabrication's on track. We have carried out a bit more of a survey up there in conjunction with the arborist and the heritage consultant, just to reorientate a couple of things away from tree zones to comply with the heritage requirements. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant upgrade, so work's continuing there. They started work on the access road down to the new dosing shed. Commenced temporarily relocating the control room, so we can carry out further demolition work, roof replacement and other works there. Gracemere and South Rockhampton Sewage Treatment Plant strategy. So designs are underway on the new effluent pump station at South Rockhampton. We've also got Hunter H2O working on the new dosing plant, the penstocks and other works on that site. We've got the sludge lagoon dewatering contract has been awarded. They're going to start mobilising in a couple of weeks, and they'll commence out at Gracemere on those 3 lagoons out there. We've got a tender out at the moment, a quote out at the moment, just for the geotech for a new pump station out at Gracemere, and the Arthur Street sewage pump station is under design at the moment. Glenmore Water Treatment Solar Farm. So we've issued a variation order to Alliance Automation to take delivery of the tracking system that we've acquired from AGL, Solgen, who were the original contractors on that job. So we'll take delivery of that the next couple of weeks, and then progress on with the design and the installation of those panels. Hockey's now completed. Sorry, the next one is Mount Morgan Pool. So concept options have been designed at the moment, and there'll be a full report and concept designs come back to Council, or the community committee meeting on July the 19th. We have received a draft agreement from the federal government in relation to the funding. North Rockhampton Sewage Treatment Plant upgrade. So work's continuing on site there. The bulk work, earthworks is now nearing completion, so they're pretty well set up now for piling to commence on the 4th of July. They have done some test piling, and we have been able to work with local environmental consultant to manage the asbestos that we've discovered on site. Riverbank Boardwalk, so about 75 to 80% of the deck has been laid from the southern end up towards the boathouse. The handrails are expected to come back next week. They've all been sent away for hydrogen galvanising and rejuvenation, so they'll come back, and so we're confident that project will be completed by the end of August in line with I think the Food and Wine Festival and the River Festival coming up. So airport security screening upgrade. So obviously the major project's now completed and under defects rectification. The solar design is expected to be completed by the end of July. They're looking at a 976 kilowatt system. That's the biggest we can go without upgrading the transformer there. So, and the Rockhampton Airport car parking. So there's further delays for the manufacturer. It is all being manufactured in Germany, so they have componentry delays that they're telling us about, costing another 3 weeks. So we're expecting it now early September.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. Just a question on the consultation with the Mount Morgan Pool, the concept options in for July, and I was just wondering whether we would be able to, pending funding for the pipeline, combine that with an update to the community with the pipeline project, but also to undertake that consultation on the pool at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. It was obviously our greatest fear is to go up there and talk about a pool without water supply. So if we can
save
go up there
water.
and say we've got water and a pool, I think it's a good outcome. Yeah.
Probably just the timing on that. I'll probably sooner rather than later if that's okay. If it's into early July, just not sure what your time frames were when you mentioned it was July. I'm just not sure what.
It was 19th of July was the intention to bring back to the Communities Committee.
Yep.
For council to see it before we go out. I'm sure
before we go up there. Okay.
So it would have to be towards the end of July.
Yeah, I'm just worried it's probably a little bit late after the announcement goes to talk to them.
Maybe we just can we just do the walk?
We might have to separate them. Yeah.
And then
Okay. Got it. That sounds all right. Councillor Rutherford, that's a.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a great idea. The other question I'm starting to get is the location of a pipeline as well. So, you know, people wanting to know how it will affect them if they believe they're on the.
I think we were chicken. The horse before the cart with the announcement, and then come up and do the presentation and explain all that when those questions are there. So, I think that might be the one we can do sooner rather than later. And then come up with the full concept community consultation further after it's been to council. Okay, thank you. Councillor, sorry?
In the Commonwealth Bank building.
We haven't jumped that hurdle yet. We'll wait till next week. Yeah. Councillor Kirkland?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A similar sentiment to yourself, just bringing to the public some of the updates on what we've got going on here. There's significant projects that are unfolding, and the one that I was thinking particularly of was the North Rocky Sewage Treatment Plant pilings. Whether we just I personally think it's worthwhile giving the community a media update as to how we are progressing with these huge spends that they are all paying for. So just a thought around that.
Yeah, and I think there's some media planned for next week after the budget with the
through the chair, there's a Works for Queensland on 7th of July, barrier rooks, sod turning. I understand to happen.
So I'll try and see if we can get all councillors there. I think it's a significant project that we all need to be involved in, and as we go forward, Peter.
And through the chair, we are currently looking for a date to offer for council to go out and look at both the Glenmore Water Treatment Plant and the North Rocky project, so that you can actually see these projects and what they actually are in real life. Potentially could be the 27th of June. We've just got to see if that works with our contractor. If not, it'll be the next few weeks after that. But I think it's important, and our plan was then to do some media after you've been out and seen those sites.
Yep. And probably, I think there's a couple there, and Councillor Kirkland's quite right that we need to work together with, as a council elected group, with the Alliance Airlines hangar and the boardwalk and the like, that we start to do some media on those ones to let the community know what's happening from the council table. Thanks, Andrew. Councillors, any further questions to Andrew's report? If not, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Kirkland, seconder. Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. You were right with that, Councillor Smith. I just didn't catch you on that one. Thank you. Yep, motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, 10.2, the amendment to the Gates and Grids policy. Haley, thank you.
Good morning, councillors. This report proposes some minor changes to the Gates and Grids policy. The changes are outlined in a table in the report there. The majority of the changes are quite minor and administrative. There's just one to note, which is on the table of assessment, which places some additional limitations on new gates. So it limits them to quite low vehicle numbers, roads with low vehicle numbers, and where they're primarily only impacting the gate owner. As previously mentioned, this will not be applied retrospectively, but may be given weight when we're reviewing approvals or if there's complaints or issues that we come across. Any questions?
Okay, councillors, questions? Councillor Rutherford.
Firstly, Haley, thank you very much. This has been quite a long, hard slog, this one. I do still have a little bit of a concern in that there are a couple of things in here that's still very subjective. And if I go to 5.4.1, D, where it says, if the existing gate or grid or gate and grid creates an unreasonable obstruction or disruption to vehicular or pedestrian traffic, that is really subjective, and I don't think that helps us with any of the issues we've had in the past. I don't think it clears any of those up.
Through the chair, that's almost directly out of the subordinate local law, and that's the part I think we've struggled with all along, is how do we define that? So we did speak last year a little bit about some criteria we might put around it. Could we limit the number of gates? But we kept coming up with that being an issue as well, because the council didn't want to completely limit them, because we understand there are still those scenarios where you might want to allow them. So it is quite subjective, and it is, I guess at least now a new gate or a grid will have to go through a public notification process, so at least we will get an indication from the people around or the road users as to whether they might feel that it's obstructing or causing a nuisance for them.
So this one is on existing gates and grids as well?
Yes, although we did give a retrospective approval to all existing gates and grids, acknowledging that some of them had been there for forever before we knew. But as we renew them or within their conditions of approval, if we do come to find that maybe the road use has changed or something has changed where we now feel that it's not meeting that criteria in the local law, then we may find it's not complying, and we might need to reassess that when we come to renewal time. The condition of approvals, the conditions do also allow us to, I guess, revoke an approval as well if it's no longer effective or it is causing harm to road users or causing a nuisance, all of these things.
So is it the subordinate local law that needs to be addressed rather than the policy?
I'm not sure any of them needs to be addressed. In my view, the clause there is giving council and me as the road controller the ability to pick up if something has changed on a previously approved gate or grid. And we've been very careful when we're writing and revising this policy that we're not writing it around one particular case. So 99.9% of all of this functions very well. We don't have issues. So the notion that the road user can make a judgment on input from other residents and other users, that we believe there's a problem, I think it's okay to have in a policy, because we will never write clauses that nail every circumstance on a gate on a rural road.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. I guess I was just hoping to have less subjectivity, so that it was quite clear.
I wish we could get there, but I can't see how we can do it. And we have had many sessions and workshops to do that, and we just felt that what's in the local law is fine. We're just reinforcing it in the policy that's how we'll we can revoke a retrospective approval because they do come up for renewals now every 5 years. That's the key change in this policy. That if there's a problem and people are lodging objections or raising concerns, that we do have an ability to review that particular gate. I mean, the only way to really, if you want it black and white, is the earlier suggestions in workshop is no gates. But the council has been very clear to say that they want to remain and leave them there.
Through the chair, I guess with the additions here of the gates in only some circumstances may be allowed and only where they're primarily impacting the responsible person that owns it, I guess for new, that kind of reduces that risk of it causing a nuisance to other people because it's sort of bringing it down to really only impacting the person that's using the gate that has put the gate in. So that's, I guess, the reason we're putting it in there now for the new, and then we acknowledge that we probably still need to kind of to look at case by case as they come up and how we apply that more subjective part of the local law to them.
All right.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Gates and grids are never going to be easy. I've had quite a few conversations with people about this, and I think the policy, as I see it, will alleviate some of the problems that we're having now. I think it should work okay.
Okay. Well, on those comments, are you happy to move?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Move Councillor Smith to seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland, I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks very much, Hayley. Peter, there's a lot of work in that one, so... Yep. 10.3, the preliminary business case for curbside organic service. George, do you want that one? I think the Minister was quite impressed the other day when she visited to have a look at the process. Didn't hear any negatives. There's lots of questions, and yeah, that's right. So, just like to thank all the staff and Michael and the team for working in that space. Okay, thanks very much, George.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. So, look, there's a fair amount in this report, but hopefully I can rattle through it pretty quickly. I'm just going to touch on 4 areas: policy environment, the FOGO trial to date, the end of trial considerations, and then just really start to look at to introduce some of the risk factors that we will be presenting in full in the business case, but just so you guys are sort of getting across them before we go come at you with a big weighty tome in early next year. So in terms of the policy environment, look, 50% reduction to landfill by 2030 is the national waste policy. That's been in place now since 2019. In the Queensland Organic Strategy that was published only in February this year, they made a commitment to 80% diversion of organics from landfill by 2030. They also made a further commitment that councils in the levy zone would have a business case in place by 2023 for an organic solution, and that 65% service coverage by 2025. There's some fairly ambitious targets that we need to sort of like keep our eye on. So that's the big picture, if you like. That's what we're really sort of like targeting. In terms of the waste levy, you'll all be across the waste levy announcements that came out right at the end of last year in December. But just to reiterate, $13 million impact between now and 2030-31 in the reduction of the waste levy rebate from the domestic waste. 8 million of that approximately will basically result from the general waste bin at the curbside. So that's why this FOGO program is absolutely critical from a financial perspective. FOGO trial, we are now in week 38. We did a mid-trial audit in week 26, completed it in week 26. Got the results of that now. Overall diversion in the FOGO, so just focusing on so as you know, we've got 2 areas. We've got the FOGO area in Gracemere and in Southside, and we've got the GO area in Northside. So just focusing on the 2 FOGO areas combined. 71% recovery of organics at the curbside, so that's a fantastic result. It's way above our hoped-for target. 99% recovery of the available garden organics, which again is above our 95% target. 40% recovery of the available food organics. Now, we were trying to hit 50%, so we've missed our target there. So we will be working on that quite closely in the last quarter of the trial. And our contamination rate, our target was 3%. We're hitting 5.5% at the moment. So again, we're above. We're not getting. So the headlines there is that going really well, great participation, great recovery rate, but not recovering as much food waste as we would like, and we've got a high contamination rate in the bins than we would like. In terms of the GO area, the north side, where we've only provided the fortnightly GO service, 36% diversion, only 90% recovery of the available GO, which is interesting. So, which would suggest that there's quite a lot of non-participation going on, presumably. And we are within target on the contamination there. It's only 2.7% from the audit. But obviously the GO is a very easy one to understand. You know, it's in the garden, it goes in. In terms of carrying on sort of more generally, across all three areas, we've ended up with a 40 to 60% increase in the load that we've generated at the curbside, which is an interesting one. Over the long run, that doesn't really make much difference to the curbside service, except that it obviously increases the collection cost and it increases the processing cost, because all that tonnage is now going to a processor, which we're paying at a ton weight. On the plus side, that's not going to landfill, and it's not coming to our waste transfer stations, so in theory there's a bit of a cost saving there, but it's a much higher increase in general in the load at the curbside than we were expecting. We knew there would be an increase, but part of the reason for doing the trial was to find these things out, and we found out that it's on average about 50% increase. So we're going to be doing some surveying and trying to find out where that is actually coming from. We can only presume it's, you know, it used to go around the lemon tree, and now it's going in the bin because we've given them a bin. Look, 80% plus of the participants are. Sorry, the question, Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I don't want to hold you up, George. Allow you to get through this, but just on that, because that was something that flagged with me with that extra waste being presented. Is that you've mentioned it used to go around the lemon tree? So the extra waste that's being presented, is it mostly in the organic, or is it in the FOGO? Is it just in the tree stuff, or is it in the?
It's difficult to categorically answer that question, but logically, just because we've given you a bin at the curbside, you're not eating more food or generating more food waste. So you would have to think that the vast majority of it, if not all of it, is garden organics. Just pure logic. And that would make sense if you think about it, and then we are going to survey this because we're kind of interested to find out, is it, as much as anything, obviously it is coming out of your garden, but what were you doing with it before? Is this your garden contractor that was bringing it to the waste transfer station that's now stuffing it in the bin? Were you previously putting it in the trailer and now you're putting it in the bin? Were you previously putting it on your, did you have a home composting solution that now you're using the bin? So we're going to tease that out in the last quarter. We've got 2 surveys to come. So.
Sorry, George, just before you go on, is there seasonal scenarios built into this as well? As just knowing that Golden Canes Farm, the bird in my trip to the dump, drop a lot more ponds during the summer months than what they do in winter.
And the grass growing slows down a lot in the winter as well. There could well be a piece of that for sure, and obviously our pre-trial survey was September, mid-trial survey was March, and we'll have a post-trial or end-of-trial survey in September again. We have seen that increase pretty consistently across all the weeks though, so there will be a bit of seasonality in the audit data, but in terms of our collections data, we're seeing that increase. We've seen that increase from the start. What the compositional audit provides us is a bit better understanding of the composition of that increase in waste, because we need to be clear that what exactly it was. So look, in terms of user response, we're really happy with the vast majority have just been, the reason I'm in High-Vis today, we've just done started a 2-week bin health check process again. And interestingly, nothing has changed since the first 6 weeks. We are still seeing like a minority, somewhere between 5 and 7%. They're tapping the numbers in this morning, so I can't give you the exact number, but 5-7% of the curbside that are actually causing the vast majority, if not pretty much all of the contamination. So that really does need to be the focus of our sort of education, behaviour change, engagement, is really sort of trying to work out how to deal with those guys, because the vast majority, we've just started a new bin tagging system where we've got tags, and virtually everybody was getting a smiley face and getting a good tag, with then just a very small minority getting a bad tag. So, in terms of what the issues are that are being raised with us, so you've heard it all before, that the general waste capacity is an issue, going down to fortnightly and reducing the size of the bin. Maggots, flies and odour, although now that the summer months are over, that's kind of backed off a little bit. And then, like I say, just the food waste recovery. So in response to all of that, we are now literally about to launch. The reason for this bin inspection this fortnight is we're about to go with a behaviour change campaign over the last quarter of the trial, and actually throw out quite a lot of comms across various different channels, and then measure the impact of that across bin inspection, compositional audit, surveying, and the like. So in terms of end of trial, again, not looking for a decision or anything today, but just wanted to flag with you that there is going to be a decision that we'll bring with a separate report around what we do with the trial participants, because we've got 762 households out there. 80-85% of them are really happy with the service that they're getting. But come 30th of September, the funding stops, our trial stops, and we're clearly not in a position to roll out a full community service anytime soon. So at the moment, we're looking at sort of the options around, do we carry it on for those participants at a sort of cost to council? Do we just pull the service, or do we actually put it out to them and ask them, would they like to opt in, opt out, see what response comes back? So we will come with a report in the next month or so on that. And then just finally, just to touch on what the business, so obviously the business case is in development right now, it has been for a while. We've obviously been waiting on a couple of things. I guess the key ones are really the outcomes of this FOGO trial, but also just trying to get clarity on a whole range of issues from the state level, some of which we now have, for instance the waste levy, but we still don't really have much certainty around what funding might be available to help us roll out FOGO. So, and then internally, we're still working on some revised full cost pricing modelling, which we've got consultants on, which is in turn contingent on what the new concept plan of the landfill looks like. So that's why that's just held up slightly. But the key issues here, look, in terms of service configuration, we will need to have a discussion with this table around what the recommended service area looks like. We won't, it's very unlikely we will roll this out across our current collection areas. We're probably thinking anecdotally at the moment that it would be, the urban areas. So, it would definitely be Rockhampton and Gracemere, but how far you would go out into the sort of the semi-rural, rural areas where we currently do have a 2-bin service, we'd have to have a look at the numbers. We've got the issue around, we really can't roll out an organic service until we've got all the lids on the general waste bins are red, because all of our communications are around yellow lid, red lid, green lid. So we cannot have a mix of green lids, some of which are general waste and some of which are FOGO, because that's just going to be a disaster. So we don't know for sure, but when we did do the bin switch in preparation for the FOGO trial, we had to switch over 50% of them. So that would indicate 16,000 bins out there with green lids that need to be turned over to red lids. And again, rough back-of-the-envelope estimates, that's about $300,000 that would need to be added to the rollout cost. And obviously we'd need to be doing that in advance as well. So we'll be looking to, and we've already started agitating the state for support on that, as well as the full rollout cost. We'll need to make a decision around multi-unit dwellings. We don't have a lot of them. We're not high-rise, we're not the Sunshine Coast, but at the same time, we do need to give consideration to how we're going to do that. The main issues there are really around bin space in the backyard. They don't have the same bin space as a suburban block, and also it's a shared bin quite often out back. So who do you make responsible for any non-compliance?
In some of those public housing complexes, they're limited with space, just with the general bins, let alone adding a third one. And I'm not sure whether there'd be any real uptake on that, considering the problems that they cause with the other general waste.
Compostable packaging, the state has already sort of made a provisional decision that they don't want compostable packaging in the FOGO service mix. although we don't necessarily agree or disagree with that, that does raise a couple of issues around, how we deal with, how do we deal with the compostable packaging, because we certainly don't want it in the yellow lid bin, and how do you deal with event waste management, for instance, etc. So, in terms of the rollout, I touched on this. We think it's about $5 million to roll it out. That's about $170 per household. We're looking to the state to fund that fully right now, but any help that this table can provide us in advocating that position. I just said in an email today that we'll start at 200% and hope to meet in the middle. But there's plenty of levy money that's actually being taken back off us in terms of that 13 million. So we'd really like as much support there as possible. But that's $170 per household. And we don't have a model at the moment from the state as to what that funding might look like. In New South Wales, just for your information, they offer every council $50 a household for a full POGO rollout. So see that there's still going to be a bit of a gap there to adopt that kind of position. There's also a looming procurement risk on the rollout as well, because if the whole state goes at once and hits these very ambitious targets in the organics plan, it's already at about 12 to 18 months wait for a collection truck. So if Brisbane go, for instance, in 2024, then God knows how long we'd be waiting for a truck or for 30,000 bins. So we're all kind of mindful of that. So possibly a reason to go early. Operationally, we will have to come to the table and talk about in-house versus contract. In-house is obviously probably our preferred position politically, but will come at a cost premium, as we all understand. So. Processing regulation, there's still quite a lot of they've issued new model guidelines on processing regulation.
Sorry, George, just on the previous one though, if there was day labour versus the contractors and procurement of a truck, would that still be required with the contract if it was to go that way?
I get that.
Sorry, if it went to contract versus the day labour delivery and procurement of a vehicle, the truck to deliver it, that wouldn't be the case.
That's right.
Timeline would be removed in that scenario.
That's right. Yeah. Processing regulation. There are new model guidelines around processing, but they're very site-based. So again, we've got a bit of uncertainty when we bring the costings to you. We're probably going to have to cost processing at sort of the higher end of the spectrum, because we just don't know until we go to tender. We don't know who's going to tender. We don't know what site they're going to be on. Therefore, we don't know what regulation they're going to be required to meet. So obviously, smaller councils are going to probably be able to get away with open window composting. But once you get to a certain size, you're probably going to be forced to put it in vessel to meet the various regulations around, odour and complaint and receptors and buffers, etc. So, and then obviously the ongoing education and comms, which I've touched on, in terms of we're not meeting our aspirational targets at the moment. So we need to really make sure that we do double down on the investment on education and engagement. It's a huge part of this, as with the rest of the curbside piece. So yeah.
Okay, thanks, George. Councillor Fisher, and then I'll hand over to Councillor Latcham, the Chair spoke portfolio.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to thank George for the body of work today in today's report. I know it's been a very big project over the last 9 months for FOGO. FOGO's been widely received in the community, and they're very interested in seeing how the results go. I'd like to say that the initial, I'd like to mention the initial was only for 6 months. I'm glad we did do it over the 12 months, because obviously the results are starting to change. So while we had fantastic results at the start with very low contamination, it's starting to change a bit, and it's allowing for us to start to ask questions, why is that happening? And obviously it gets back to education and just checking up with people and just say, look, this is what to do, you're doing the wrong thing, we need to do the right thing for the community. So I think there's a lot of good results that will come out of this, out of FOGO, and I'm glad that you're looking at down the track as to keeping the momentum, and obviously there'll be something that comes back to the table as to our options as to whether we can continue FOGO straight away or whether we have to wait for the state to make a decision. So I'm happy about that. And finally, it was very good to have Minister Scanlon here in Rockhampton, and she did spend a lot of time, and she was very interested in our FOGO results. So that was very good to see that the Minister's taking a big interest in Rockhampton, and I think there's a lot of good to come from it.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor, and thank you for your work in that space as well. You've done a tremendous job advocating for this trial and the project so far. So thank you. Councillor Fisher and Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So probably I might just go at speak on sort of with where Lawmac's proceeding with the state curbside organics and solutions there. So we've sort of been conveying to the state that they need to urgently engage with local governments to determine the best funding model and including the quantums of funding to provide support for statewide curbside organics collection. Basically, while there are four local governments participating in the trial, it's really three that are really working on it. Ipswich has become embroiled in all sorts of waste issues. So the three local governments, partly funded by the state, are actually giving some good basis for a commencement of a development of a business case for presentations to their councils. But we've really got to have a state funding model to support curbside collections, and that is, that's the unknown. So we're working with the state, and Karen Hussey, the Director General, has been very proactive, as with the Minister. In August, Karen Hussey is actually going to participate in the next Lawmac meeting, but also sort of sit down with the Lawmac executive to the next stage of this funding. And George is quite right. To implement a curbside collection program in Rockhampton is $5 million, approximately. And given that we've lost, the loss in advance payments to the community is about $13 million, we really need to sort of come to the state and say, okay, you're collecting a lot of money, scary amounts of money out of the waste levy, that we really need a program there that is actually establishing this so that it's not left to the ratepayers just as another cost. The ratepayers throughout Queensland are embracing it. Lockyer Valley are looking to Rockhampton and Townsville very much to sort of where we're getting our results. I'm very, very keen to sort of the next couple of months with Rockhampton, talking with Townsville. There's a lot of synergies, definitely, and a lot of things that we can learn. But we have got to be very proactive in the next probably 2 to 3 months of seeing that this could be a very successful program if we can work with the state to actually secure the best funding models overall. So that's what we're doing with Lawmac, and there'll be further information and then with how that feeds into our business cases to develop FOGO in our community.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, echoing my colleague's comments. George, great work, and the team, great work. This is certainly something that a lot of the meetings I go to, there's a whole lot of the community who are keen to hear the results of this, and there's a lot of eyes on what's going on here, and certainly it's starting to unfold as being a reasonably successful trial. And with that in mind, I did want to ask a question about, you've shown us some speculative figures and costs, indicative rollout costs there. Is it going to be, as Councillor Fisher has highlighted, completely contingent upon state funding to continue this great work and to bring a rollout as a initial program, or are we going to be, have we got it in the budget? Have we allocated a contingency plan in the budget?
We've put nothing in this for the budget at the moment. If you remember back nearly 2 years ago when we presented the options analysis, and we said that a full community FOGO rollout service would cost, I think if I remember right, it was $54 a household, immediate upswing. It's still going to be in that kind of ballpark without any support. So obviously if we can get funding support, then obviously we can pull that down. remember that was there was a timeline over the course of the timeline. The cost, it actually becomes a cost saving rather than an expense to the household because of the waste levy, because of that drop off in the waste levy rebate. But in terms of an initial hit, that's what we're really trying to mitigate. If we can get funding for the rollout costs, then we can really pull that initial hit down.
I would really like to urge and go with the councils to actually just hold back until negotiations with the state government on this, with the rollouts, not sort of jumping the gun, but actually just seeing how we can get that. We're aiming for 100% support for that initial rollout. So I'd rather not sort of go out and say, hey, we're going to lobby for it to go in the budget or something like that. Just wait for this time, not too long, but seeing what we can work with in collaboration with the state government.
I got the feeling that was, if I might continue, sorry, Mr. Mayor, got the feeling that was what you were intimating.
Just if I can add another comment, Councillor Kirkland, on your point, if that's okay. And the other issue is bin harmonisation. So as part of that, we've got to have all the bins being the same, so everyone knows what the three colours are. And because we've got out, especially like out in Gracemere, we've got a legacy of Fitzroy Shire with the old green bins instead of red lidded. So there's a lot of that out there that's got to be cleared through the system, and ideally all this gets put in place before we roll this out properly.
Awesome, all making good sense. And my other question was with regards to the carbon credits, and you've got here that note before council makes any decision, we would need to register the project with the Clean Energy Regulator. Just wondering if we still hadn't finished our baseline carbon credit audit, whether that would still count. Does it work? Is it forcible card or not?
Yeah, look, and Michael sort of asked that dot point to go in because we've only just been giving feedback on that carbon. I'm not sure what it's called, the Ironbark piece of work that's happening. So obviously there's a little bit, and I'm not fully across this myself, but like there's a risk of double counting, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? Whatever you put, because the carbon credits we'd be getting on the FOGO trial would be for removing waste out of landfill. If we're also already counting that elsewhere in the whole of council piece, then so that's a discussion. What we will present is a business case, and we will show you the potential value of the carbon credits, but whether they actually mitigate the cost of rolling out the FOGO, or whether they get parked as credits against council's bigger carbon. I don't know what to call it, because I'm not part of that project. But what I'm saying, so it's
that baseline.
So it'll be a point in this business case for sure. But what impact it has on the price, I honestly don't know. So that would be a broader decision.
Okay, George, no further questions to the report. Thanks very much for that. And councillors, could I seek a mover in a second? And move Councillor Latson, seconded Councillor Fisher, that the report be received. Those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to 10.4, the Derby Street Design Consultation Outcomes. Stu, oh no, sorry. Danny. Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, Mayor, councillors. Yes, so public consultation for the Derby Street design has been undertaken, and so this report presents the outcomes of that consultation and some of the recommendations for council to consider to undertake detailed design. So letters and survey forms were mailed out to properties adjacent to Derby Street, and an online survey was made available on Council's Engage website. A total of 55 responses were received. So the survey results, which are presented in attachments 1 and 2, show that there is a strong support for the proposed design. So 67% of respondents agreed the proposed design will create a safer environment for cyclists and pedestrians. 64% supported the addition of on-road cycling lanes. 74% of respondents supported the addition of a shared path along Derby Street. Only 29% of respondents thought the proposed design will encourage walking and cycling, which is a little bit of concern, but this is why we're doing it. This is why we're putting the facilities in, to hopefully encourage more people, and we do have the walking and cycling strategy that's been adopted as well. And also just over 50% of respondents supported the addition of a landscaped centre medium. 35% were not supportive. And it's thought that this 35% that aren't supportive, it could be attributed to the reduction in the ability to perform right turn movements from properties into and out of properties. And it also could be attributed to opposition to vegetation in centre medians. Some of the responses, we had 11 responses who opposed the use of vegetation in centre medians, which was interesting. Council routinely uses vegetation in centre medians. It's something that I'm sure we would all promote, as long as it's designed properly in accordance with CMDG and planning scheme policy. I don't think there's any issues there. So a number of issues and concerns were also raised during consultation, and this is presented as attachment 3, a summary of consultation issues and recommendations, and that provides a summary of the issues and recommendations and how to address those. So as a response to the issues raised, it is recommended that the following changes are made as part of the detailed design. So recommendation 1 is to formalise car parking by line marking angle car parks on George Street, both sides of Derby Street, and Campbell Street, between Derby Street and William Street. So this is in response to opposition of removing some of the car parks or reducing the car parks, which has largely impacted the adjacent businesses between George Street and Campbell Street. So in order to achieve the design that we want with the centre median and cycling lanes and adequate distances between cycling lanes and so forth, we had to change the angled car parks to parallel car parks, and this has resulted in a number of car parks having to be removed. So to gain a bit of an understanding of how this may affect this area and the businesses in that area, a parking survey was undertaken. So through that survey, it was found that 6 car parks appeared to be cars for sale in that area using those car parks. There was 9 car parks that were not occupied at all. So this was during the period that we did the survey, which was one day between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And the most car parks occupied at any time were 20, which is about 54% of the total car parks in that area. So we also there was also a previous car parking survey that was done a couple of years back in 2020, and this showed similar results, similar occupancy rates of the car parks. So this would suggest that the proposed reduction of car parks from 37 to around 13-14 is unlikely to significantly affect those neighbouring businesses. However, it is proposed that we do formalise car parking in the streets surrounding the business. There's already some angled car parks formalised on Campbell Street, on the southern side of Derby Street, so proposed to also do that on the northern side of Derby Street. I think there's also, I'm not sure if we can bring up the drawing at all, the plans, if they're available, but on the other side, on George Street, adjacent to the two businesses, there's also some frequently cars parked there, which would probably be employees of adjacent businesses. So again, we can formalise angled parks there, and also on the other side of Derby Street on George Street. So that's all in response to reducing those other car parks on Derby Street. So the second...
Just hang on a sec.
Yep.
Councillor Mather's got a question there. Councillor Mathers? Mic on again, mate.
Geez, it shouldn't be that hard, should it? Thanks very much. Just through you, Mr Mayor, to Jamie. Jamie, in regards to the car parking, look, I know firsthand the parking issues that are around that business. I understand that you have taken a couple of surveys, but I also noted that it was on a Thursday, and I think it was only between the hours of, I think it was 9 to 4. The biggest issue is that the amount of vehicles that go to that business to get vehicles serviced, and they're normally dropped off between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and then they get picked up at 5 o'clock. So that whole area along Campbell Street between Derby and Stanley Street is just back-to-back traffic with cars parked there. So the other thing I've noted that is we haven't actually done a survey on a Saturday morning when that business gets the majority of their trade, when customers are going in there to look at vehicles. So I suppose just wanted to make it clear that parking is going to be an issue, and it is going to cause a lot more issues in regards to. Please don't get me wrong. I think it's great what we're trying to do, and it's a good layout, but all those businesses along there, including the beauty shop, that type of thing, they're all going to be heavily affected by the reduction of those 20-something, no, not 20 car parks, but 13 or something car parks. It will certainly affect them.
Yeah. Jamie?
So just in response to that, hopefully the intention is with those additional formalising those angle parks on those surrounding streets, it will alleviate some of those issues.
Is there a gain in those angles and the surrounding streets by going angle parking? Is there a gain in car parks?
Sorry?
Mr Mayor, I was going to say, between Campbell Street and William Street, I think it is, if that's where you're talking about doing some angle parks, formalising angle parks down there, that will probably help, but obviously that's still a city block that someone has to walk to get to those businesses.
Jamie?
Probably the other point to make is that there's probably many other businesses around that aren't afforded some of those parking facilities. And again, I think I mentioned in there, if this development were to go ahead, if there was a development of this nature with these businesses, they would be provided. They would be required to provide on-site parking. Might be
bit of a legacy.
Useful to note that.
Yeah. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on that point, I don't disagree, but we have to be a little bit cautious because we don't follow our own rules sometimes, thinking about the big building we just finished down in Key Street. With the removal of the parks at the front, and I'm not surprised that major automotive business is a little bit upset by that, but it was interesting that you said it was 6 of the vehicles or so were permanently, they're all day for sale. I mean, and these aren't the only businesses that get in their own way sometimes. I mean, that's stopping customers from coming while you're using that as an extension to your showground, to your show floor, I should say, for the vehicles. All those now parallel parks in front of, all the businesses along there, are they now all 2-hour time limits? Did I read that right?
No, there's no time limit that I'm aware of.
Okay, because I thought I read one of the comments back on the survey said it was just a money. Maybe. No, there is no time limit along there.
There's not at the moment. I think one of the suggestions was initially when we brought this to council for the consultation was that could be a way that we could have turnover of parking is to put limit parking to time, maybe 2 hours or 3 hours. But that was just a suggestion to get turnover of vehicles.
So we haven't directly engaged with the major business down there, who I think might be the greater one impacted, and they've got two sites as well.
We haven't directly. We have received some correspondence from them regarding it through the survey, but we haven't directly spoken to them. No, any of those businesses. So maybe that would be an outcome of this meeting.
I think, Mr Chair, maybe there's a suggestion, and picking up on what Councillor Mathers has said too, maybe we need to look at the survey over another couple of days just to get a clearer picture of the patterns and the movements and whatever, but also to go back to the major business and discuss that time limit, whether that wouldn't be a benefit to have customers be able to use that and rotate the spaces around. If there's going to be fewer of them, just to maximise them. It was interesting that you said also that some of them were vacant for a fair bit of time. It always seems busy when you drive past, but that might just be a fix of it. But so I guess finishing up, I don't know whether do we approve this today, or do we wait till we get that bit more information and a bit more consultation with the major business about the time period, the parking limits on it.
Probably just get the mic there. Good, thanks, Stu. And Councillor Smith, did you have a question too? Just Stuart. Might need to ring.
Right. So through the Chair, potentially that could be addressed as part of the detailed design stage. So we still have that work that needs to be undertaken. So we initially consulted on the concept of the prelim design, and then we're considering feedback from the community into the detailed design process. So potentially as part of that, we could engage with that business and sort of discuss those time restrictions with them as we move into that next stage.
Would further survey doing further updates on the, a more broader surveying of the operations of the business there, the timelines, rather than just one day? It's pretty small.
Yeah, potentially that could be addressed. I suppose in terms of the earlier time periods to see whether that's reflected. I suppose the other thing to note is that on weekends a lot of those other businesses are closed, so you'll have less on other demand from the businesses that are Monday to Friday. So it may be busier on the weekends for that particular business, but there may be a general increased availability of parking around the area.
Yep. Councillor Wickerson, that.
I guess as long as it's captured, I don't want to hold up the process either. I'm just wondering what's the time frame for starting work? Have we got time to revisit that, or do we need to keep moving on it? And as long as that follow-up work is captured in the recommendation, I'm happy to support it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's possible. Sorry. Yeah.
So through the Chair, this is currently only funded for design, so there's not actually a construction component of this as of yet. So we were successful through the local government cycling grants to do the detailed design, so to progress to that stage, but it's currently not featured in a budget. So there is time through that design process that we can look at some of these aspects, because we don't have a construction date because there's not a budgeted figure there yet. So the way they do the funding is that initially it's a funding to assist with the design, and then you can subsequently apply to construct as a sort of a subsequent stage. So we're just going through that initial stage of getting the design sorted at this stage. So.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, did you have a question?
Probably more comments than anything, Mr. Mayor. I have spoken to Peter and Martin about this. I was really concerned about the amount of negative comments we got in general. And if I wasn't in jail, I would have got one of the fellows to go for a drive with me and have a look at all the changes, because there is a lot of changes right through over the highways especially, and up near TCC, etc. I like the fact that we are looking to keep talking to some of the businesses there. The one I sort of stood out in my mind especially was the beauty shop. They're saying that when they come out of the shop, they're going to be walking straight into the bike path, and they suggested putting the bike path on the other side of the road, which probably isn't practical. But I just wondered what was the outcome of that? Did we have another look at that, but the fact that we look like having more consultation, I think, is a good thing, because it is there is big changes there, and a lot of those people aren't going to be happy.
That's changed, Councillor. I think it's always, if you're going to try to resolve everyone's issue, then you may as well walk away from the project. You won't resolve it all when you be aware that those major projects like that impact a lot of businesses. So I think it's a consultation and engaging whether it's worth undertaking the project. If you believe that there's not support for it, it's a decision you need to make. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just had another one.
Yep.
I was concerned about the NZ, the business on Gladstone Road. It's going to be left out and left in only. Martin did explain a little bit about that, and he's going to look into what else we can do with that one. Like, when it's a business that's impacted and they're on the highway, it is a little bit of a worry. That was all.
Yeah, can I respond to that, Councillor? We've acknowledged that concern there from those businesses. And, so with the proposed centre median, that would limit potential customers or employees or whoever to perform right turn into those businesses if they were coming down Derby Street. So what we're going to look at is speak with TMR. They own and operate the traffic signals at Derby Street and Gladstone Road, and we'll see if we can facilitate a U-turn facility there so that at least vehicles travelling down Derby Street can do a U-turn and then access those businesses via Derby Street rather than Gladstone Road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mathers, I see.
Good answer.
Yep. Councillor Mathers, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford and Wickerson. Mike, mate.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm the same. I don't want to hold this project up. I think that the benefits of it. I've seen firsthand quite a few accidents along Derby Street there and that type of thing. People trying to turn right and driving out in front of traffic. So I think it's something that's worthwhile looking into. But I suppose the point I'd just like to reiterate is that I think we need to go down there and have a look at the parking issues during these peak times. Lunchtime when people are down there shopping, where they've got time off to go and look at cars, and also when people are dropping their cars off to get serviced and pick them up early morning, late in the afternoon. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, then Councillor Wickerson.
I guess I was just a little concerned about the roundabout. It's one lane in and out of the roundabout into Allenstown Shopping Centre. Is that right? That often backs up out of the shopping centre through the roundabout and down those chutes that come off the roundabout. And I'm just wondering whether a two-lane to allow a car to go directly through when
you wouldn't fit it in the constraints of the intersection?
Well, there's all this area, grassed area to the side there. In car parks, so it's wide enough for a car park.
Yeah, so through the chair, the left turn movement, I suppose, isn't the main cause of that backing up through the intersection. So it's generally associated nearly with all movements there, and it's because of the proximity of those first initial car parks within the Allenstown Shopping Centre to the roundabout. So if someone's doing that left turn as they come into that first run of parks, or if someone's manoeuvring there, then it blocks up and then it just chain reactions out to the intersection. So this is an issue that we've discussed with Charter Hall for their subsequent, if they have any subsequent stages to the Allenstown Plaza, that would be something that would need to be addressed as part of their application there. But in the current arrangement within their car park, it's very difficult to stop that backing up from occurring. A left turn, and I think it may have been in some of the feedback from the community, a left turn in would resolve some of that, but it won't necessarily remove any of the queuing in the roundabout itself, because that movement is sort of restricted by the layout of their car park as you first turn in there. So, but it is something that we're very aware of, and we're looking to liaise with Charter Hall if they have any subsequent stages to their development to try and address that matter and try and alleviate that.
Sorry, Stuart, I'm trying to understand what you're telling me. But if the left turn is what's backing up because of going in, and there's a straight through the roundabout. How can it not assist?
So I probably didn't explain as well there. So when you're coming from Canning Street or coming along Canning Street through or from Derby Street north turning left, it's actually the inside the car park that's pushing all the queue out into the intersection. So it's not necessarily from that left turn wanting to turn left in. It's from vehicles already in the car park trying to do manoeuvres within that space that pushes out into that area. So the congestion issues, I suppose, with that are predominantly within the circulating width of the roundabout. There are some on Derby Street that are sort of wanting to get in, but the main issues, I suppose, with that is that it's in the circulating width of the roundabout, and that's from the car park itself, not necessarily the current road environment, if that makes sense.
So you're basically saying there's cars coming into the roundabout, so you've got cars looking to do left from Derby into the car park, and you've got cars coming from Canning Street into the roundabout, so the roundabout's blocked whichever way you...
Yeah, correct, yep. So it functions, if you considered it in isolation, the roundabout hunky-dory, but it's because of the car park and the queues that back out from that sort of affect all those movements wanting to turn in there. So the left in, whilst it may have some improvements for vehicles coming up Derby Street, it won't resolve, in that they can get into the car park quicker, it won't necessarily resolve the queuing in the circulating part of the roundabout there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is related to, probably follow on, the top image, which picks up the roundabout into Allenstown, isn't quite up to date. A lot of those houses along there have been removed, so it's a vacant site. Assuming for expansion of Allenstown, I guess the question is, do we know what that design looks like? Have the planners seen any even early concepts? Because I think the hope is that there will be another entrance to the car park. So it will be a left turn, but further down Derby Street into what might be a second stage car park or whatever, which will take some of the pressure off that roundabout. In my view, that should never have been approved because it's a very short holding distance, is what Councillor Rutherford's saying. You only take one or two cars in there if they get held up for some reason, someone's backing out, and it soon blocks that up, and even though it's illegal, people will still enter the roundabout and choke it up when they really shouldn't enter if there's already traffic on there, but they do. Having a second entrance in further down would alleviate that if we know what that is. And if we know that, does this design cater for that? It might even be that there's another, if you're coming back down Derby Street from Canning, say heading towards us, that there's a right turn in off Derby Street.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we've got any plans for any expansion there, but you're right. I think that would help resolve it with another.
So I guess, Mr Mayor, if this is just design at this stage and construction still to be funded, that's probably not a bad thing. We might be able to put that on hold a little bit till we know what that detail is, because it may well change the centre medians in that.
I only know a little bit of general discussion that's gone on.
So through the Chair, I don't think they have any firm particular layouts or anything that have been decided on there. I think there was some initial pre-lodgement discussions that may have occurred with council officers for that further expansion there, but I think that has been in a bit of a state of flux as to what that arrangement looks like. But I believe that, we've raised with them that there are some issues around that intersection, and that as part of a subsequent stage that would need to be addressed. So, when they're ready to do that development, I suppose we can have that discussion with them about how they best do that. But I think they may be looking to focus more at the rear of the site for provision of parking and things at the back of the site, rather than necessarily right out on Derby Street. But until they come and, I suppose, have a discussion with council at a pre-lodgement or approval type stage, we're not quite sure yet, and they're sort of changing their plans, I think, as they go. So until such time, we'll progress with our design, and then we'll work with them, when they're ready, I suppose, to do any subsequent additional stages to the site. So.
Thanks, Stuart. I guess depending on the timing of it, if we're ready to construct before they come back to us with a detailed design, are we able to put some sort of a temporary centre island in, or just painted chevrons rather than concrete and trees? Because we're looking a little bit silly, even though it might be our fault if we do all this major work and then we find out there's an entrance there and we've got to rearrange all that. Can we, if the timing works out that way, can we put a temporary system in that still does the same function but is easy to modify if we need.
Yeah, so through the Chair, I think there's probably a later point in Jamie's report there, but there's some additional drainage issues in that particular part of Derby Street. So initially, if we were to construct, we probably would just do line marking in that section between Canning sort of through to potentially Telford or the highway to do painted medians initially, until such time as we could address some of the drainage concerns there, because that was some feedback that we'd received from residents there.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. You finished, Jamie, or do you have more to... You done?
No, I've still got... I don't know, I can be done it. I've got a few more recommendations. So there's, recommendation 2 was to do with the detailed design, and that was to include a right turn lane to access Hay Street or the Cathedral College car park off Derby Street. So this relates to, again, some of the responses regarding right turn movements, basically, with the limited ability to do that. We had spoken with the principal of TCC and went out and met with him and just discussed some of the concerns with him. A lot of those concerns around their buses exiting the car park, turning right and going back along Derby Street up to Canning Street. Having looked at that, we're already a little bit undecided whether that was a good movement to do, as the bus doing a right turn across a few lanes of traffic close to the intersection, particularly during sort of peak hours with school drop off or pick up, could be a bit of an issue there. The other thing we decided may be good to include is a right turn facility into that car park. So again, if we had, I think we've shown on the drawings there, we can do this, so it'll be a right turn lane that would go into the car park. We could shorten either side, the right turn lane that goes onto the highway, and then there's a right turn lane that goes onto Telford Street. So this right turn facility into the car park would be in between those, in the centre median. So. Now, the other recommendation we had was to review opportunities for tree planting during the detailed design. So we had a comment or two regarding that there wasn't enough shade. There's already not enough shade along the street, and we should be looking for more opportunities to provide shade. So we acknowledge that, and we'll look at through detailed design whether there is other opportunities where we can provide.
Okay, Peter?
I'm just going to see if I can speed this up.
Yeah.
Okay, the resolution for council is to endorse the design modified. That has been done after input. So if council's happy with that or has any questions, I don't see any need for James to go through each one in that attachment. Okay? So
no, you're right, Peter. I think we've had a long day with it. We need to pull them up a bit quicker. Councillors, any questions from that one there to Jamie? If not, could I seek a mover and a second to the officer's recommendation that the changes outlined in the summary Derby Street consultation issues and the recommendations are endorsed in the detailed design commence. Councillor Smith, you happy to move? Seek a second to Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Councillor Rutherford?
It's fine.
You right? Did you?
I'm still sort of thinking about that point. You know, we did a lot of consultation with the school, not necessarily with the major businesses, you know, and I see a bit of an anomaly there. So I'm hoping we will pick up the consultation with the major businesses.
I think we picked that up in the stages there that we worked through on that, Councillor Rutherford. Okay. Jamie, that motion's been carried. Move on to the next one. The Upper Dawson Road and Caroline Street Black Spot project. Stu, thank you. Councillors, I might need to duck out during the progress of this report just for that phone call. So, you'll either come, not while we're on the public one. I might let a few profanities go if it's not the favoured result. But anyway, I'll hand over to Stu, but I'll hand over to the Deputy Mayor if I step out. Thank you.
Through the Chair, in the 2021-22 round of federal black spot funding, Council was successful in obtaining $676,000 for the upgrade of Upper Dawson Road and Caroline Street. The intersection has a series of through crashes, predominantly from vehicles on the Allenstown School side of Caroline Street, attempting to make movements and then colliding with vehicles coming southbound along Upper Dawson Road. The intersection has had a history, I suppose, of killed or not killed, but serious injury crashes associated with that intersection. And officers had proposed to signalise that intersection in order to ensure, I suppose, access and continuity for the community remains, whilst improving some of the safety outcomes for that area as well. Through the design process, I suppose, it was noted that there was no initial consultation with the community through the project, and business owners became aware of the project about a month before construction, when our civil operations staff did their initial sort of pre-construction notification and discussions. So prior to commencement of construction, several businesses have raised some concerns to Council regarding the proposed intersection upgrade and the changes to the road environment that ensue as a result of that. A full list of the specifics and the businesses and their very specific concerns is included in confidential in an attachment there. However, broadly in the report here, I've sort of tried to cover off on the broad issues that were raised, and I suppose Council's response to those, or Council officers' response to those. So I'm happy to go into the detail of those in the confidential one, but at this stage I'll just talk highly, I suppose, about the key items. So removal of the pedestrian crossing was seen as an issue raised to Council. So currently there's a zebra crossing that operates on Upper Dawson Road between Caroline Street and Margaret Street. During school peak hours, this operates under supervision as the lollipop person there as a children's crossing, and the zebra crossing is generally patronised by students of Allenstown School and a nearby childcare centre. The current location of that crossing is immediately opposite the school gate, so that allows for students to cross straight out of the school gate, across the road, and to wherever they have to go on the other side of Upper Dawson Road. The current zebra crossing as it stands isn't considered to be compliant under the current standards. However, its function as a children's crossing during the school peak would be considered, I suppose, as compliant under its current design. So under the proposed project, this pedestrian crossing will be removed and students will be required to cross at the signalised intersection at Caroline Street. So this means that they'll be required, if they come out of that particular gate, they'll have to walk 55 metres down to Caroline Street, where they'll cross at the signals there. During the school peak hours, we've configured the intersection and the signals so that the pedestrian movements are the only movements that occur during that school peak. So when they're initiated, the pedestrian movements will go but no vehicles, so all the vehicles will be held so that they can cross without any sort of opportunity for conflict there. And they'll all sort of run together during that period. When the signals are commissioned, the crossing supervisor that's currently at the pedestrian crossing will be relocated to the signals, and TMR have a process where they put them to the signals for a period, and then they undertake an assessment as to whether they remain or whether they are to go away. However, Council has sort of strongly advocated for the retaining of that position there permanently, and in principle TMR have supported the continuity of that crossing supervisor at the signals as a longer term thing. However, it'll be subject to their process, I suppose, that they have to review moving forward. Due to the design of the signals, it's not practicable or safe for us to retain that existing crossing. I suppose that's probably the key point to make here, is that having a set of signals and then having a 55 metres down the road, having to pull them up again for students for crossing is presents a series of safety hazards. On one side, you might have queued vehicles going through that intersection, but on the other side, they'll be coming through an intersection, through the green, and then have to sort of immediately slow down to a stop, not long after. When you've got them that close to each other, there's also a propensity for drivers to look through the children's crossing to the lights, and that can sort of cause concerns around hit pedestrian or rear-end type crashes. So that's the reason, I suppose, why officers can't retain that position, and that it has to go to the set of signals there. So the signalised pedestrian movements provide a controlled crossing point. It's under all the vehicles are under stop, and for crossing movements there outside of school hours, it's even more safe because on inspection out there at times, you'll see that pedestrians sometimes are ready to cross and no one waits for them because they're sort of unexpected in the environment. So signalised crossing sort of presents the best outcome for pedestrians all around. As a result of the project, there's a change to on-street parking. So as a result of having traffic signals 20 metres either side of the intersection, it has to be a no standing zone to improve the sight distance there. So noting that is the case there, the design has sort of allowed for indented parking on both Caroline Street and on Upper Dawson Road, and this is essentially increasing available parking in this location from 4 spaces to 6. So there's actually an increase in on-street parking there. And the indented bays with a separate curb helps to delineate between the pedestrian footpath and those indented bays. In regards to impacts to business signage was an issue that was raised. So the proposed the design had some elements where infrastructure obscured or partly obscured advertising signage for particular businesses. As part of the design process, the mast arms for the signals in one location have been lowered. So they've been lowered as low as we can under the Australian standard, and that has reduced the obscuring of a particular sign. However, it's noted that there is some obstruction of that sign remaining, and the details of that are in that attachment for confidential. And also, additionally, the bus stop that's proposed on Upper Dawson Road was obscuring another business's sign, and we've been able to move that further up Upper Dawson Road so that doesn't obscure anymore, and reduces that throughout that design process and in consultation with those particular business owners. Finally, I suppose, is the construction impacts, and that businesses have raised concerns about how loading of stock, dust and parking would be maintained during the construction period. And I suppose these are aspects that we have with every job that we do in an urban environment, and then manage as best we can through the crews and through civil operations teams to make sure that continuity of service is and impacts to trade are sort of reduced and maintained as best as we can. So I suppose overall, construction projects in brownfield sites present a range of issues to adjacent businesses and how they interact with the road reserve. Whilst it noted that there was an absence of initial consultation with the business owners, officers have had several subsequent meetings with them and tried to, I suppose, accommodate their interests and concerns as best we could within the design and with the available standards and requirements that we need to do. So the proposed solution, I suppose, provides safety benefits that are for the wider community, so looking beyond the 2 blocks of where it's located, it's for the wider Allenstown community, and that there's a series of crashes there that we're trying to address through this solution. So for these reasons, I suppose the resolution to council is that we proceed with the current design and proceed to construction moving forward. So happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Stu. I've been involved and on-site with this one, and again, I'll probably thank you and the officers for the work that's been undertaken in listening to the concerns by the residents in the school and the stakeholders in this project. And I think you've accommodated a lot of that during that process. Every project in a brownfield site is going to create some issues, and but what you talk about in the overall safety of the region of that area and location, that's part of that black spot funding and what it's detailed to do and deliver. Councillor Wickerson, question?
Thanks, Peter. I was going to echo the same sentiments that I think you and I both, and I think other councillors too, have chatted with 2 particular businesses there. The one right on the corner, the clothing store, and then the childcare as well. I think a couple of things we know is that Upper Dawson Road isn't going to get less busy as time goes on, and Gracemere grows and everything else. So that's the problem's not going to go away. there are, as we discussed with particularly the shop owner on the corner there, very few solutions to improve the safety. It's not big enough for a roundabout, and that's not always a solution for everything. That only leaves traffic lights in a controlled intersection. You've addressed all of the issues that were raised about having them sequenced so that it's pedestrians at all four sides, so there's no turning into people trying to walk across. Just the blockage of the signage, we've reduced down the size and the height of those lights. So we've tried to do everything possible, other than not do it at all. But that's certainly not an option. We've got to do something for that safety. The only one, and also in indenting the parking there, and I think we've even moved it probably a little bit closer than what we could to the corner if it wasn't indented. So I think we've modified the plan significantly to try and accommodate those concerns. Not perfect, and I'm sure probably there will be some issues with the business owners, but we've done, I think, as much as possible to do that. The one query I had was just with the bus indents due down on the corner of Glencoe Street. It seems to be really close to the corner if I'm reading the plan. Is that right? That the bus indent is basically right at the corner? Am I reading the drawing right? That's where the bus shelter is.
Yeah, so through the chair, the bus shelter is, because of, in order to move the shelter and the location, in order to be clear of a sign, of a business's sign there, the bay itself actually is a little bit further forward from where we would usually have it, so that it'll alight as far as we can from that intersection, but it will still be, I suppose, to some degree close to the intersection there at Glencoe Street. But that's the previous design had a little bit closer to the intersection, so we've sort of moved it away, which is probably a better outcome generally anyway. But yes, it is still close, but in the urban environment it's a bit hard to find a good straight run without driveways to sort of put the bus stop and bus set down in.
So even though that's indented, that won't create any vision problems coming out of Glencoe Street, turning left or right onto Upper Dawson, if it's so close to the corner? Yeah,
so I suppose temporarily while it's at that particular location there may be some obstruction to sight distance, but it's far enough where the hold line is, there's enough space that a vehicle can stop at the hold line and then creep out to the edge line there, which may allow them to see past the bus that's there at that particular time. So before they are essentially encroaching into what is a conflict zone, so they can stop at the stop sign at Glencoe and then sort of creep out before they're actually in the travelled way, and that'll allow them to see past the bus if it's there. But you know, the bus is only there for a short period of time when it drops people off and then keeps moving. So it does have that, you know, it's temporary obstruction to sight distance for a period, but then it's away, and we've moved it as far as we can, I suppose, to be improved sight distance at that location, you know, whilst it's there alighting passengers.
Okay, and just a final one, I think you've answered this, is that, so a bus stopping and picking up and then taking off again isn't considered parking, like there's state rules about parking close to a corner, but a bus pausing and pulling out isn't seen as parking per se, is it?
Yeah, so at that particular location where the bus stop is, it's actually, because it's an uncontrolled intersection at Glencoe Street, the requirements are less, so it's only like 10 metres, but the bus itself, where it will pull up, will actually be well clear of that mandatory no stopping distance. So, yeah, it will be clear of that space.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Whitson. Again, with the lollipop lady going up there's a great one. I'll go to Councillor Mathers, and I'll step out and hand over to Councillor Fisher to run with the rest of the meeting for a bit. Thank you. Councillor Mathers.
Your mic's not on again, Councillor Mathers.
Oh, sorry, I thought I'd had clicked that. There you go. Yeah, I just wanted to say good work, Stuart. That area certainly needs some. It's needed work for a long time. One concern I did have, and I'm pleased to hear that lollipop lady or / man is going to be there for quite some time, because we all know what children are like. But expecting them to walk, 55 metres up the road to a signalised intersection is going to take a little bit of training on their behalves. So I think it's good that we're going to have that person there to maintain that for the time being. That's all. I just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's another case of the businesses affected will never be happy about this one. And it was you, Councillor Fisher, that brought it to my attention when we visited there quite a few times. I think Councillor Wickerson had already liaised with the shop owners. They certainly did have a lot of angst and probably still have. So just hopefully the construction stage won't cause too much stress for them. I think that they've got genuine concerns, I suppose. A lot of the time they're worried that the school children being at the crossing there waiting to walk will the children could be in the road of their customers trying to get in and out of the shop because there's not a lot of room there on the footpaths. That was sort of pointed out to us as well. So, but as for the other business, well, I think it's a matter of safety, and I think that will work fairly well with keeping that lollipop lady, definitely. So, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that, I think all of us had, lengthy conversations with the business owner there that possibly a little bit out of frustration, but also reality that public safety has got to be the priority. We certainly understand the impact to the business from everything that was raised, blocking the sign a bit and people gathering under the awning and during construction, which, as Stu said, that's an unavoidable impact that you've got to break heads someone to make a cake. But the public safety, and I personally attended a person there that was T-boned at that intersection and was seriously injured. So it's and the business owner there acknowledged how dangerous it was. She'd been there for I think 15 years or so and had seen the same accidents that everyone else has seen. So she appreciated that. So it comes back to that. There's a very few solutions to it. But I just hope that, as Stuart, you said, that the community engagement very clearly could have been done a lot better. I think we could have, it wouldn't have changed the outcome in this case, I don't think, but maybe it would have made it smoother early on than just the backwards and forwardsing and involving most councillors. That's not efficient. So I guess the takeaway is that delivering a letter is just advising, it's not engagement. So as we move forward with other projects, and we talked about this with Derby Street just before, that to truly engage and go and speak to these people face to face and just get at an early stage before you even put pen to paper or fingers to keyboards or whatever to make sure we understand the full context and the repercussions and impacts of everything we do, just for future learning. That's all.
Yeah, so through the Chair, when we go through that process, if we've got a significant impact to how the business might operate or fairly significant, we will engage with them. And then also, I suppose, one step that it was notably absent in this one was when we initially get that funding announced and we're just about to start the detailed design process. There's a key moment, I suppose, for us to go back and talk to the people adjacent to get their thoughts so we can try and accommodate what we can into the design as it progresses. And that's what we've done on our subsequent black spot down at East and Stanley that we've just been successful in having. We went round and had a talk to the businesses there, got their concerns, any issues they might have, and then we can feed that into the design process as we move forward. So we can try and accommodate some of those things, and mitigate those impacts for them as we go through the design process rather than sort of at the back end. So we've improved that process a bit. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wickerson. Any further questions? Councillor Smith as Chair, are you happy to move as recommended?
Yeah, I'm happy to move. So.
Councillor Wickerson as the councillor, seconded. So it's been moved, Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wickerson. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. And we move on to our next... Peter, you're laughing. I have got so many little emails here, but we'll move on to the next one, item 10.6, the Stormwater Program update. And Stuart, I'll pass to you as the author of the report.
Yes, so through the Chair, essentially the purpose of this report is just to present the updated Stormwater Prioritisation Project List for Council's information. So this list had been developed based off a Stormwater Prioritisation Framework that Council had endorsed back in 2016. And it looks at essentially a bit of a multi-criteria analysis. It's attached as attachment 1 there, but looks at the likelihood of the impacts happening, the impact to people, property, businesses, and then the hazard, I suppose, associated with that particular incident that's been raised. So these were as a result, and I suppose came out of customer requests that we had, observations of officers, and through analysis and projects that we've done, observations and requests that had come through to councillors themselves, and sort of culminated in the development of that list. And then that list is then updated annually based on any additional requests or complaints or observations that officers make in terms of stormwater issues within the region. And that list that's attached there as Attachment 2 and Attachment 3 is updated based on June 22 and had included some of the latest rainfall events and issues that have been raised out of that. Due to the range of, and I suppose the vast scale of projects that were in that original stormwater prioritisation list, Council endorsed in 2019 to sort of split out a minor stormwater projects list as well. So that follows the same criteria in how they're prioritised, but they're sort of split out based on nuisance flooding affecting a small number of properties and with an estimated cost of around $200,000 or less. So that was so that we would tackle, I suppose, both ends of the spectrum with stormwater issues, and that list, updated list, is there included as Attachment 3. So the majority of projects on this list, I suppose, are at that concept or preliminary type stage and require further investigation, planning and design as we move forward. The process of developing these to a point where they're ready to construct, particularly for the major projects, can be quite involved and resource heavy on council. However, we are sort of systematically trying to progress preliminary designs and progress some of those through to construction. So whilst council's current funding commitment is relatively low on some of these due to sort of some of the high capital projects, it's noted that council were successful in obtaining some funding from QRA for the Archer Street scheme, and that potentially some of the allocations of that have been brought into this upcoming budget, and that the current minor stormwater works is around $100,000 a year. To deliver some of those programs, some of those projects on the minor list. You've probably noticed though that whilst the cap on the minor projects list is $200,000 and our allocation is $100,000, it's a little bit difficult to try and tackle some of those. And I suppose that's something that will influence what we might tackle and what projects we might undertake in the coming years. But happy to take any questions from the table.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Rutherford, and then Councillor Kirkland.
I just have a comment. There is a lot of projects on the list, and two of mine have actually disappeared, but I've reported that to Peter and Martin. Look, we need to get some more money towards that, definitely. I don't know how we do it, because there is a hell of a lot of projects on there, and they're all good projects. They're all on there for a reason, that they've either flooded properties or flooded houses, etc. And I'm not sure we need millions of dollars put towards so we can get some of them off the list. It's my comment, please.
Just through the chair, the two projects that Councillor Smith raised that were not on the list, I've done some little background check. This program that's being presented is really the minor urban drainage program. It doesn't pick up those rural projects that you've highlighted, so I think we've got a bit of a gap there. Now they're still probably identified, but we probably need to have a look at how we manage those projects, because this is really just urban local pipe flooding, basically small pipes, drains and those things. So we might have to add another program or look at how we manage those separately.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair? It was donkeys years ago now. We actually went for a bus tour around Rockhampton and had a look at a lot of these flooding concerns and where we need to put some money. We only ever did it once, and I reckon we should have another look, because there was a lot of things that were highlighted that you just wouldn't imagine, because we weren't in low-lying areas when we had a look at at some of those concerns. As I said, it only ever happened once, I think you remember, Councillor Fisher. I think you were driving the bus, actually.
I did, and those projects are still there.
Not done.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Peter, because a couple of mine certainly were rural, and I do wonder about, and it probably wouldn't be just rural, there'd be some urban as well, where, you know, the creeks being filled with debris, which are causing flooding of properties, and I don't know where that actually will fit.
Well, that's a different matter again.
Yeah.
That really needs to go into the floodplain management program. So you'll notice there's no creek type stuff on this list.
No,
and it really is, if there's erosion or illegal filling or whatever, we would plug that into the floodplain management study to have them have a look at that. That's how we treat that.
Yeah. But the other thing, is Mount Morgan included in this?
I believe through the chair, I'm not too sure. On the list there, I don't know if there are a lot of Mount Morgan projects identified, to be honest.
There's nothing from Mount Morgan there at all, and I don't understand that when it has significant stormwater issues. So has it not been looked at all, or has it...
Martin?
Just from thanks, Councillor. My recollection, I think, was the only one that was on that list was the fencing of the drains, I think, up in Mount Morgan. But I don't think we have any others at this point in time. So we're happy to take suggestions or identification of problems up there. But it was certainly only the fencing and the drains that was previously on the list.
Yes, certainly there's been numerous issues of houses being flooded from, you know, because a lot of the places up there don't have K&C either. So, you know, you've got the water coming down the road and just shooting through people's...
Yeah, and there is a little bit of a gap where we're concentrating, I suppose, on pipe solutions here, where some of those we're picking up in our road side of things. I think there's one up in Mount Morgan either this financial year or next financial year where we're addressing road runoff and diverting road runoff from going through property. So it's getting picked up in the roadworks portion of the budget, not necessarily in this drainage portion. So yeah, it's a little bit of a grey area and know where those budgets sit, because they're probably addressing a stormwater issue, but they're being addressed through a roadworks project, and that's why they're sitting across in that roadworks area. I remember the name of the street, E Street. Dean Street, is it? D Street, sorry, now I'm with you. Yeah, D Street's the one we're doing this year.
Okay, well that's a separate one again. So yeah, there's significant issues up there, so I just would have thought they would show somewhere.
Through the chair as well, when we did the Mount Morgan local catchment study up there, so that was informed, I suppose, part of the planning scheme. It did identify where some of those major overland flow paths were, and looked at, to some extent, where property floors are located. And there are some areas that probably are identified in that. But one thing that was observed through that process was that a lot of the houses in Mount Morgan are up on stumps or things like that, and a lot of the water, whilst it must run through the property, that might not necessarily go above floor. So they have a little bit of a less of a flood damages type impact to some of the urban areas in here. So not to say they don't have it, but what I'm saying is that they sometimes have a bit of a lesser impact when we did that analysis of above floor flooding. So there's still water that runs through the properties, but might not necessarily affect above floor and affecting the property itself. So that may reflect why I suppose there's not as many included in the program.
Yeah, that's a hard one to sell when you see properties in here that are up on stilts as well. So you know that's if that was consistent across the board, but it's not consistent.
Well, through the chair, a lot of these are representing, so the major projects are large clusters where there is above floor flooding, and that I suppose features as one of the criteria as to how they sort of arrived on the program. So
Okay, councillors, could I just ask for a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back to the meeting? I just want to give the councillors an update. So could I seek a mover in a second to get up, take a 5-minute recess, councillors? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join.
We good? Okay, councillors, thank you. We might, I'll seek a mover in a second that we resume our council meetings. Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And we'll tick back off into that one. So, Councillor Kirkland, did you have a question to start us off? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So, the report is very thorough, and I thank you to all those who are involved in that. I was surprised to see that in 2019 this historical amount of $3 million that was given to this capital program for major stormwater mitigation projects was actually changed and taken out, and the minimum, the minor stormwater capital program had that anomaly of anything under 200,000, but we're only going to give you 100,000, was also interesting. And you can see the legacy that this has created, legacy of issues throughout the community.
Can I just respond on that? As the former chair of the Infrastructure Committee and my 17 years on council, there wasn't any priority project and there wasn't any funding. It was only because of the advocacy by myself and fellow councillors that we got to a point that the previous comment was that it's act of God a lot of the time, and that flooding was just issues that residents had to absorb. It was only over time that we started to slowly approach the priorities list, that we had a list there, and as you can see, it's quite an extensive list there.
124 million.
Yeah, and that was to deal with some of the issues that we do. So it was about understanding we've got an elephant, and we're just going to bite it off a little bit at a time to resolve those issues. So, and at a better time in the council budget, we were able to put that $3 million there towards starting to tackle those projects as we were going forward. But as you can see, we've had some other financial constraints that we've had to absorb as well. So those projects are just sitting there still, and that's what the list is there. So at some point in time, we want to address all those as we go forward. Sorry, that's just a bit of history in that position.
And I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And whilst they're not priority necessarily, they are priority for some, and that was highlighted during the consultations that we've had and the people from the community with regards to the recent catchment flooding mapping that went out. There's been a lot of consultation from residents exhibiting and showing evidence of the drainage issues that they do have, and how this stormwater mitigation projects will go a long way to helping those properties to alleviate and mitigate the flooding that's impacting their properties, which will increase the value of their properties and the overall livability of the area at the end of the day. So this is a great thing to have this quantified. I've no doubt that it'll potentially have some new things added to it. I heard what you said, Stuart, that this has been updated as of June. So am I right in assuming that a lot of those consultations that came as a result of that catchment flooding have been incorporated into and confirming some of these projects?
I'll just confirm that. That's an independent event in terms of the catchment study is about going out and just telling people they're flood affected. That's all we're doing, really. This is about the mitigation side, and there's some other steps to do with the floodplain program where that will occur, but this is really just known, localised, large-scale and small-scale flooding that has been identified. So if I go to the minor program, a lot of those projects will be just minor pipe sizes, and typically the work that we will do will help a little bit, but it won't remove its flood impact. It won't make it dry.
No, some of those.
when you talk about insurance and value, I would say none of those minor projects.
Well, Peter, if I might, you've got the Hardy Street identified in there. There's a couple of streets that are identified in there where I've spoken extensively with officers.
Is it on the major projects?
Yes,
Yep.
and those that have been identified as areas that need to have augmentation to pipe sizes and to drainage sizes that actually would help to mitigate the flooding, that catchment flooding going onto their properties.
Would help to mitigate, but not necessarily change insurance value.
No.
Because you talked about value.
Long term. I'm talking
No.
It is very difficult for properties that are flood prone heavily, and that's where Stuart talked about above floor flooding, for us to construct works that will take that flooding away for a 1 in 100 year event.
Okay.
And some of those works are not even up to a 1 in 100 year event. They're only, a lot of them are a lot less than that.
I'll give you a recent example, Wackford Street. To get the dollar value of Wackford Street, it's improved and reduced the flooding. Still, all those properties are flood prone.
Oh, I know that.
I know. Okay,
I know
so
that.
that's why we're going to be cautious. So this really is about helping and lowering, but it's not about removing flood risk, because that's a much more expensive or unrealistic outcome.
And the modelling will allow people to purchase those properties with the understanding that those properties have been modelled and that there is a flood impact there.
Okay, so what we're saying is that by putting in new drainage and helping to move some of that water away from properties, they'll still be in a flood zone.
Yep.
Okay. That's what you just said.
Yep.
Okay. And I did want to also just ask about the 2.6 million there that's identified. Is that in the minor one? Oh, let me find it now. I've said, has it been included in the budget? Is that in the budget?
I'm not sure.
2.664.14. Now let me go to the top of the table. Minor Stormwater Capital Works Program, June 22. Is that like over a period of time, or is that still limited to that minimum of 100,000 per year spend?
To which, sorry.
Table on page 79 of the agenda. I might have misinterpreted what the purpose of that table is. It says it's titled Minor Stormwater Capital Works Program, and then it's got a dollar figure at the bottom there, and it just says June 2022. Is that like over the next 100 years, 10 years?
Yeah, so
1 year?
Through the chair, that's the minor program. All the projects are identified at this point at June 22, and the total amount is the total amount to the total dollar figure to address all of those.
That's right. So the question is, with the preceding $100,000 a year towards the minor Stormwater Capital Works program, it will chip away at all of that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So there's 100,000 allocated each year. Is that correct? Yes. That's my understanding?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, I'm probably a little bit gutted by this report, because I seem to be the one that has to go out to a number of properties after every rain event and just deal with the residents. And I've been doing this for, as Councillor Smith said, many, many years. And
Councillor, I tried to highlight before that it was 17 years of my time on council getting those complaints there, that we were trying to look at a way to address these stormwater problems that we constantly get every time we get a heavy rain. If we didn't have the priority list, then it was just doing go away, we don't want to hear about it. This is the approach that we're trying to step forward. And as you can see, the list is quite extensive, and how we achieve that is what us as a collective have to now find out a solution to try to fund those projects as we go forward.
We've gone back from the one that we previously...
I'm not sure.
That's the thing. We had a priority list, and everyone was okay with that. This one there, it's we've probably regressed a little bit.
I'm not sure. Is there a change in the list at all, or is there, I'm not sure, Councillor.
Yeah, I know the projects are there, but I just feel that they've gone backwards. Venerable Street's the one. The lady there, or every rain event, and yet I thought it would be higher up the thing there that place is inundated.
I'll answer that one. I don't know whether the list has changed. Not that I know of. But
well, the only what we adopted was a framework to assess projects. So as new projects are identified, they will get assessed, and based on their score, they'll be added to that list. And where they get added into that list relates to their score, so they could end up being higher up in the list or down the list. But having said that, the scoring between high, medium and low is what we're using as priority. There's not a hell of a lot of difference between a project that is low and listed halfway up the list and a project that's two-thirds of the way down the list. It's just not that scale of surety about it. So they're all fairly equal in whether they're low, but the medium ones are definitely a higher importance than the low ones, and the high priorities are definitely a higher importance than the medium ones. So the bottom line, the list can change based on as new projects come on and get assessed under the framework that Council adopted.
Through the Chair, specifically Venables, though, is different to me. Venables is being worked on, even though it's on the list. The issue with Venables is Council officers have not been able to come up with a solution. So there was an original pipeline idea that was going through a property, which met opposition. They've re-looked at other alternatives and have not been able to come and find a solution that would really genuinely help. If I'm correct?
Yeah.
That's my...
That's right. If I can add, we are going back to the original solution of trying to get that pipeline through the property. And we need...
And look, if the Mayor and myself and you and Peter could meet with the property, they were okay to it, and then they had a dispute with another neighbour who causes myself, probably the Mayor, a lot of problems with the abuse on this one. But he's not the person impacted. It's down at 157 that really gets impacted each of the times. But no, that one there worries me. She's in her 80s, and with every rain event, we've had twice this year where, again, there's that much water sort of banked up in her property, under the house. And so that's the one. I can see the others. I know that the constraints for money, but it's sort of just something there we sort of give a little bit of hope to residents, and then it sort of feels like it's sort of pushed back.
Well, Councillor, and I'll say it again, there wasn't any hope before this priority list came into being. It was just walk away and you bought in a bad location. So at least now there's a list, and now we've just got to try to find out a way to be able to fund that budget-wise going
Just through the Chair, I'm happy to arrange a separate meeting for that project with Martin, myself, and Councillor Fisher. Yeah.
Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, I wanted to support what you're saying from a historical point of view, where there was no budget set aside or anything like that. So this has allowed things to be at least listed, so if money became available or we could start to apply for funding or grants or whatever, it gave us a list of priorities to be able to tackle that. So it's like everything. When you start to identify lists and such big lists, you get frustrated because you want to be able to tackle them and get something done. But to think about where we've come from, it's a big step forward. As frustrating as it is not to be able to address them all.
I'd love to have that. If we had that $6.8 million that's been removed from us, if we had that to put back into fixing these drainage problems, we'd all be in a better place in a few years' time. So, we've got to do our best as an elected body to advocate and seek funding for these projects, and we can deliver them for our community. But when money's being removed in other locations, and we've got pressures from other priorities, it's hard to swallow when we've taken these steps to get us to this point. We've just got to pace ourselves and achieve what we can within our means, councillors. Councillor Smith.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was sort of thinking like Councillor Fisher. I'm sure they're still on the list, from the old list, but a few of them have changed places, and I think Martin's probably explained that they're scored, and that the order can change. I was surprised to see so many sections of Wackford Street still to be done. I thought once we got the water flowing down the street, that was the end of it, and I was shocked to see that we've probably only done half the job so far, because I remember getting whacked over the years about this time of the community consultation a fair while ago, and at least we did start the project, but I just wondered that job's got done.
I spent in considerable hours in Wackford Street during the rain and moving material out of the gutters myself to alleviate the problem in there and advocating for the project. And this is part of where this history comes into it, about trying to address these priority areas. But Martin says there's one more stage in that area that still may not resolve. We've got a heavy rain cell, and we're still going to get rain come through those areas because of the problems or what that area has. But I mean, they're relayed across the council area when we have those types of events, and our phones will ring off the hook when we have that. But as long as there's no loss of life and limb, we try to deal with the ones that we can the best we can with what we've got at the moment. So not to some of the residents' acknowledgement, you'll still be hear that we haven't done anything. We've done nothing. But anyway, you can have a look at the reports and the information that's being provided in the budgets that's gone in, that we have tried to do what we can with what we've got. Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland.
Mr. Mayor, just a question around under budget implications in the report, where it says historically council had allocated in the order of $3 million. You've said that you put together this list, which is a great thing, what you've done.
Or even the budget, councillor.
Yeah. No, what you put
together. The $3 million budget was something that we pushed for out of the existing budget. It was just allocating it to a stormwater project by a priority list.
Yeah. So historically there was a $3 million that always went into projects.
No.
So what happened was there was a request to budget $3 billion ongoing to help fund the major stormwater issues. So that was set up.
It only went for a few years, but it was there.
I'm going to say 2016. Yeah. And prior to that, there was
nothing.
That allocation was then moved to the highest priority project, which was the South Rockhampton Floodlit.
Right.
So it was perceived as the biggest, highest priority project.
Right.
So that's why that program has been wiped out for a while and comes back.
That makes sense.
In 24 or 5, I'm not sure, but it does restore. But we diverted to complete the South Rockhampton project and be ready to move, because it was seen as the greatest benefit as major storm.
Yeah, and that's not going to stop us advocating for grant funding to see what we can do with the others. It's just trying to build in context the history about where we're at with some of that. And thanks for that, Peter. I forgot there was a mayor's budget that the money was allocated through a certain a change in the legislation where money was going around in other areas. Okay, councillors, look, any more questions on that one? I think we're exhausted, but at least we've got the list there, and we just got to, like I say, that elephant and start to bite it, chew it away a bit at a time. Okay, councillors, if there be no further questions to that one, thanks very much for that, Stu. Could I seek a mover and a seconder that the Stormwater Project Update report be received? Councillor Latcham, second Councillor Smith, and seconded Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. You voted for that one? Yeah. Yep. Notice of motions nil. No questions on notice. No urgent business. Councillors, I'll close the meeting. Thank the officers for their reports and participation.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. adventure in the deep blue sea. Home winds with you wherever that may be. Home winds with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. From this I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns around. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Hold hands with you wherever that may be. Hold hands with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I sing, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. This I say, everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.